Hello. What's up, folks? It's Path of Exile today, I guess. Chosen basically arbitrarily. But I don't know. I felt like it. So here we are. Not particularly good reasoning, but sometimes you don't need that. Sometimes you just feel like playing a video game, and so you do. And here we are. So, new league, which is the Scourge League, which has some weird mechanics. The build that I'm gonna be playing also has some weird mechanics. And we'll see how it works out. Basically, the plan for today is I'm just gonna do the story part of the game, which is usually not the part of the game where you're doing the most interesting things. But I needed something to play today, so here we are. Alright, so let's switch over to this playlist. Switch over to this scene. Seems like I'm not dropping frames anymore, which is nice. So basically the build that I'm going to be playing is I'm going to be... whoops. Oh! Thank you very much for the gift sub, Dan. Cliff reward. Shrapnel ballista. No. I mean, I'll take shrapnel ballista, I guess. Don't particularly care about any of those things at the moment. So I'm going to be building towards a new skill, which is... what's it called? Poisonous Concoction, I believe. Oh, no, that's the wrong way. And basically the way that the build works is we're going to be applying a whole heck of a lot of poison to everybody. And the primary attack that we're going to be using to apply poison to everybody is we take our life flask, I believe the life flask that is assigned to the number 1. We take that, and we throw it at people, except it's poison, so they die. It's kind of like a bomber alchemist kinda thematic to it. And since it's so early on, I gotta spend so much time just picking up frickin' portal scrolls and identify scrolls. Really feeling like a big old baby mode right now. You wanted to get into this, but it's too much. Yeah, so... that's usually why I just follow builds. You know, so for some people, the whole appeal of the game is... hang on, let me pull up my build for a moment here. Mana... gain mana per enemy hit, yeah. I like getting some stuff that increases my mana early on, because it means I have to use my mana flask less, which is nice. But yeah, I usually just end up following builds for the most part, so I let other people figure out all of the weird math and mechanical interactions and what kind of gear I should be looking out for. I mean, that's mostly what a lot of the gameplay ends up being in the long term, is just being able to identify good gear. And that's kind of something that it's weird. It's learned in the way that you know what, like, you can learn what kinds of stats you want to be aiming for. But on the other hand, there's also just a lot of practice in terms of, like, alright, theoretically, I want more life, but this thing gives me slightly less life than this other thing, but it gives me, like, mana generation whenever I hit enemies. And I'm doing okay on survivability, but I need more mana, so I'm going to take the thing that is theoretically slightly less good, but it ends up being better for me in the context of just where all of my stuff is at the moment. Also, having a loot filter helps a lot. Go back and play your no-clicking on things Diablo 2 Necromancer. I mean, that's a build that you can play in Path of Exile. Summoner is... I don't know how good Summoner is right now, but I know that Summoner builds are a thing at the moment. Well, that's the thing, it is like... Alright, there are a couple of different ways that you can approach it, and it all depends on just like what kind of player you are. But you can just pick skills that you think are cool and like kind of just do your own thing. And usually you can get through the main story that way. It might get real tough near the end, but you could probably get there as long as you're willing to put in the time. But then you start following builds, and the builds are like, alright, well, learning to navigate builds is kind of a skill on its own, because there are so many builds that make a lot of assumptions about stuff, like, just assuming that you already know about, oh, hey, if you go to this map, or if you go to this area specifically, then you can farm this mechanic for this drop. And that drop is really good, so obviously you're going to want to do that. Well, maybe you don't know that that mechanic exists at all, let alone that you can go to a specific area and farm for, like, specific kinds of items and all that, so... It can be tough trying to get the basics out of a build. But over time, you start to learn more and more about, like, what you're looking for in terms of very basic information. Usually, a lot of what you want is, like, what skills are linked together? What does my passive tree look like? So, like, alright, you'll want to go for these nodes pretty early on, and then go for these nodes, and then go for these nodes, and so on and so forth. And then, within this level range, you're probably going to want to use this skill, and then you'll want to add these support gems to that skill as you progress. And then later, like... So this is actually the second character that I've made this league. The other one, theoretically, was a build that I was really interested in. A character that I really wanted to play. But it just didn't end up working out because you only switch into the skill that I like later on, once you have, like, a certain amount of gear, a certain amount of, like... Using that skill just doesn't work as well as using this other skill until you hit a certain threshold. And it's like, well, if I had known that I would be using that other skill until pretty late game, then I wouldn't have even started playing as that build, because I don't like the other skill that it recommended. Sure, I could have I could have just used a different skill that uses similar stats. I could have used... I could have just forced using the other skill anyways, but then, you know, I'm not going to be performing particularly well. Going in entirely fresh is overwhelming. Yeah, for sure, for sure. And so there's a lot of stuff that really helps to learn early on, and not every build is going to teach that stuff to you. Stuff like, oh, if you sell certain items in certain combinations to vendors, then you can get, like, guaranteed specific modifiers on pieces of gear. So, like, oh, you trade... What was... I can't even remember the movement speed recipe. But it's like, oh, you trade in these kinds of rings and one of this kind of weapon, and you get that kind of weapon, but with the modifier that it gives +1 to the levels to all fire gems that you put into that weapon. Well, okay. That sounds helpful, but 1, how was I supposed to know? 2, how good is +1 to levels of all fire gems, actually? Increased spell damage seems really good. Why would I not just want spell damage? Well, it's because of the way that certain spells scale based off of level and based off of stats and so on and so forth. And even a lot of that stuff, I'm still not good at that kind of stuff. I'm a big casual when it comes to this kind of game. But just having a passive tree template to follow, having recommended gems to use and stuff like that, that helps a lot. Because then most builds, if the build is any good, then you can just... Oh, wait. Cast speed, evasion rating, reduce rarity of items found. Fine. Skills, that one. So I'll talk about that here in a second. But if you're following a good build, then as long as you're following the passive tree and the gem setups, and you have the most basic understanding of what makes a piece of gear decent. Like, hey, and Path of Exile is actually really good about helping you discern that kind of information, because... Alright, Splitting Steel. So, I'm using Splitting Steel as my main ability until I switch over to Poisonous Concoction. Splitting Steel, at the very top of this description window, you can see different words. So you've got attack, projectile, AoE, and physical. So, I want stuff that increases my physical damage. I want stuff that plays, like, maybe I'll find something that increases my AoE. I know that might be helpful because my skill has the AoE tag. Maybe I'll find a gem that increases the number of projectiles of skills that are linked to it. Well, I know that's good because I have the projectile tag on my skill. So, you know, it kind of guides you towards looking for specific attributes from your gear. There's also more basic stuff, like, oh, hey, you need X amount of strength to use this gem or equip this piece of gear. Well, I guess I'll find some other gear that increases my strength, so I equip the piece of gear that increases my strength, and then I can use the piece of gear that needs the higher strength. Problem solved. And then, other than that, the place where a lot of inexperienced keywords are your favorite, yeah. There's a point... Sorry, I'm not super keeping up with chat at the moment, but I'm gonna finish my current train of thought. So, new players tend to suffer with survivability. A lot of new players will start the game and they'll be doing just fine. They'll be using their health flasks. They'll be using... You know, they'll be avoiding enemy attacks when they can. They'll be, you know, some players will be smart enough to know, hey, getting more life from my equipment is good, because life means I don't die. But then, beyond that, that's where a lot of players start to kind of lose the thread, or a lot of new players, especially players who aren't familiar with action RPGs. A lot of players who haven't played a lot of action RPGs have no idea how extremely important elemental resistances can be. Just like, yeah, I mean, yeah, sure, I'll 12% reduced damage from ice. That seems alright, but, you know, how important is 12% when I could be getting, like, an extra 10 health, or an extra 10 life from this other piece of gear, or I could be getting an extra, like, 15% damage from this other piece of gear. They don't know that once you hit a certain point in the game just assumes that you have, like, all of your elemental resistances are as high as they can go. And anything less than that, and you are going to get absolutely obliterated. And that's just, you know, it's kind of annoying, but it's just a thing you gotta know going in. Ooh. See, alright. Plus 30 to maximum life. That's good. Adds fire damage to attacks. Well, splitting steel is an attack, so I do get that benefit. It's not a ton, but it's nice. Increased cast speed. This is an attack, not a spell. So casting speed doesn't do anything. I need attack speed. Right? Maximum life. Hey, this ring now gives me plus 46 maximum life. And that's pretty great. And then it also gives me cold resistance, which is also great. Hey, how good is plus 30 to maximum life? Well, let me tell you. You go to your defensive stats. Oh, I don't have any increased maximum life at the moment. So, passive tree. Oh wait, there it is. So, you look at this node. It gives 4% increased maximum life, 8% chance to avoid being stunned. Avoiding being stunned, that seems good. 4% increased maximum life, right? Percentage increased maximum life applies after flat amounts of increased life. So, plus 30 to maximum life will then also be applied to the 4% increased maximum life afterwards. And over the course of leveling up, you get a fucking lot of percentage increased maximum life from taking stuff on the passive tree. It adds up. Like, most builds by the end, unless they are explicitly not using life, which some builds don't, but that's something else entirely. A lot of builds will have, like, at least 100% increased maximum life from their passive tree. And so it adds up a whole hell of a lot. Added cold damage. I think I want... think I want lesser multiple projectiles. Alright, so here's an example. Lesser multiple projectiles support. Support projectile. Supported skills deal less projectile damage, but supported skills deal 2% supported skills fire 2 additional projectiles. So now, whenever I use Splitting Steel, instead of throwing out 1 of those projectiles, I'll fire out 3. Seems good, but then fire a single projectile that splits on impact or at the targeted location, dealing area damage when it splits. So now, if I were to fire my projectiles at an enemy, and the other projectiles explode next to the enemy, then the enemy is getting hit by all 3 projectiles, basically, because the one that hits them explodes, and then the other 2 explode next to them and also hit them. And stuff like that. It's like, oh, that seems like a lot. How would you know that? You just pick up on that kind of stuff over time. Alright. This needs to go. Lesser multiple projectiles. Oh wait, do you have Ancestral Protector? Is that a thing I can get yet? I don't think so. I can't get Blood and Sand this early? Wow. Ancestral Call. Oh, I was thinking of something else. Alright. So I'm gonna put this away. I already have a medium flask. Oh, right, chat. What kind of build are you doing? I'm going to be building Explosive Concoction, I think is the name of it. It's a skill where you throw your mana flask. Or you throw your health flask and it deals poison damage. It's also an unarmed skill, which I am a personal fan of. So there is a pair of gloves, a unique in this game, called Face Breakers. And Face Breakers are my fucking favorite. What Face Breakers do is Face Breakers basically make it so you, instead of using a weapon, you just have these gloves equipped and then you hit things with your fists. Which is really fun. Because then you don't have to worry about optimizing your weapon. Some of the ways that you build a character like that is weird because you end up looking for a lot of sources of flat increases to your physical damage. And the reason for that, normally, flat physical damage can be pretty good, but it's not spectacular. The reason why it's so good... Get out of here. The reason why it's so good on Face Breakers is because the way that Face Breakers make it so that you just punch things really hard is the gloves give you, like, up to 800% increased physical damage, as long as you're not using a weapon. Ah, shit.
You're gonna dig this.
Whoop. So then, all of those flat increases to your physical damage get multiplied by fucking 800. And it's crazy. It's good. There are some downsides to a build like that, like the defensive stats on the Face Breakers are not very good, so overall your defenses are going to end up weaker. But it does end up meaning that the build tends to be a little cheaper to get going than a lot of other builds, just because you don't have to buy or find a good weapon. Gloves of Big Fisting. Yeah. I think one of the most successful builds that I've ever had was the Star Platinum build, where I had face breakers, and then instead of punching things myself, I would summon totems that would use my attack stats to punch things for me. So I would put down these totems that would punch anything nearby, and then I would just stand back and let my totems punch everything for me. And it was great. I think the way that the build worked was, in exchange for being able to place multiple totems to punch things, thus increasing my damage by a lot, because multiple totems could be punching the same thing. But in exchange for being able to have multiple totems, or like extra totems, I couldn't actually deal any damage myself. Which is pretty funny. It's like if Jotaro himself could not fight. But one of the best parts about the Path of Exile is that there are so many different builds that you can have, so many different ways to play. So I had the Totem Punch guy. Several times I've built Flicker Strike, which is one of my favorite skills. Maybe my favorite skill overall. It's tough contention between Flicker Strike and Cyclone. Cone Helmet, do I care? No. So what Flicker Strike is you teleport to someone and you hit them. It's teleports behind you, nothing personnel kid. You do that. And then if you have any frenzy charges, then you spend a frenzy charge and do it again immediately. Because normally Flicker Strike, after you use it once, you'll go on cooldown. Or Flicker Strike itself will go on cooldown. So you use frenzy charges to make it so, like, nah, I'm not going on cooldown. I don't care. Smoke mine? I don't know. So then, if you manage to generate frenzy charges as you're teleporting to dudes and hitting them, then what ends up happening is you just are constantly disappearing and reappearing all over the screen, hitting dudes forever and ever. And it's a lot of fun. Because it's like, you start an area or a map, and you click in the vague vicinity of an enemy, and you will teleport strike to an enemy, and then you'll generate some frenzy charges, and then you'll start using those frenzy charges to teleport more and generate more frenzy charges, and you're just zooming. You just go. You stop when there are no more dudes to teleport to, or you're dead. The problem being, the "you're dead" clause happened a little more frequently than I would like, because the build's survivability tends not to be the best. Especially because you have no control over your own positioning. So you are constantly running into situations where it's like, well, I can't hit them if I don't get closer. And then I get closer, and then they hit me while I am hitting them, but they hit me harder, and I die. Like to imagine the totem character just standing around with their arms crossed while everything else gets punched to oblivion. Yeah, basically. It was great. So, the Teleport Striker character was a lot of fun. Cyclone, also another one of my favorites, where it is exactly what it sounds like. You spin to win, baby. You spin. And if you're just gonna start spinning. And if your arms hit them, then it's their fault. And, you spin at them until they die. Good fun. Other characters that I've enjoyed playing. There was one build that I had, which was just a flamethrower build. The flamethrower build, which was just like, I walk up to a group of dudes and start shooting fire from my hands, and they all die. When I streamed this game, I did or when I streamed a full playthrough of this game, which was some time ago now, I did solo self-found, which means no trading. And what I did was I made a Spell Slinger build, and what Spell Slinger does is makes it so that you will automatically cast a spell whenever you do an attack, or something along those lines. That's the gist of it. Like, you do a thing, and then another thing happens as a result of you doing the thing. And, so what I would do is I would use an attack that puts a bunch of knives on the ground, which would trigger an attack that causes all of those knives to explode. And that was fun. It wasn't very good, but it was fun. So anyways, I started blasting. Yeah. Ooh. Spicy. So, for people not intimately familiar with Path of Exile, you may be watching me play this game and think, huh, is there no money in this game? And you would be correct. There is no money in this game. All of the currency takes the form of wood splinters and Jolly Ranchers, as Broteam once said. All of the currency, like, there is no gold. Instead of gold, you have Orb of Transmutation, and Orb of Regret, and Orb of Alteration. You have all kinds of orbs. You have armor scrap. And so these things are generally assigned value based off of, like, how frequently they're used, by how powerful their ability, like, by how powerful they are when you use them as items. But that's the whole thing, is that there's no gold whose, like, the only purpose is... Well, actually, technically there is. Whatever. For most intents and purposes, there's no gold, there's just... You're trading these consumables. But sometimes, you just use the orbs yourself. It's just like, hey, upgrades a normal item to a magic item. Well, that's really handy if I were to use it on one of my life flasks. For example, this large life flask is a normal item. It's gray. Right? So, upgrade a normal item to a magic item. Bam! And now, it is a seething large life flask, which has reduced amount of life recovered, but you recover all of the life instantly. Because normally when you use a life flask, you see at the top, recovers 150 life over 3.5 seconds. So now, it recovers 85 life instantly. But I don't actually like that modifier, so I'm going to use this Orb of Alteration, which reforges a magic item with new random modifiers, and see if I can get something better. Bam! Now, instead of reducing the life that I gain from it, now I just regenerate that life faster. And that's good. Alright, should level up. Going down here. So, I think you may see that and think, oh, so it's all just random? Yes. And I think that is the worst part about trying to play Path of Exile solo, like trying to be self-sufficient in this kind of game. Because in order to make real good items, you need to craft them. And in order to craft them, there is random luck involved. There are extremely complicated mechanics involved if you want to minimize the luck. Like, once you start getting to the end game of this game, actually optimizing your gear and your build and all of that gets real tough. Indian food. Ah, I could go for Indian food. Enjoy, Porps. It has been a while since I've had Indian food. But probably not gonna be ordering that anytime soon, because today is lasagna day. Or rather, today is a lasagna day. Because then, once lasagna is had today, then lasagna will be had as leftovers for a couple of days. And then later on this week, probably going to be going to the local food place, the local eatery, and picking up some chicken tenders from there. Maybe this weekend? Maybe? Part of the problem with having Indian food here is that LawyerDog doesn't like Indian food, and it requires me to get a ride from Lagatrope to go pick it up. As opposed to getting food from the local chicken place, where I can just order the food, go pick it up myself, and everyone gets it. I wonder what quest I get Poisonous Concoction from as a reward. Because I would like to start using that. The main reason why I went with Poisonous Concoction as my build for this character is I've wanted to do a poison-based build for a while now. It seems like poison has a lot of really cool mechanics and a lot of really cool interactions, and also, it seems generally pretty powerful. But a lot of the skills that are typically very good for poison builds, I don't find them super interesting. But now we have an ability that might be really interesting, and also applies poison. Greater Mana Flask. I should also equip that flask. Do you have quality? No, get out of here. Identify. Double life, baby! Ooh, that regenerates life per second, which is pretty good. Sure. Switch over. I'm gonna be dealing a bit less damage, but increased life is good life. I think over here? Yeah. So I'm gonna get this set of nodes and then come down here and get this set of nodes. And once I start getting some of those nodes, then I might be able to start interacting with a new mechanic on the passive skill tree that I have not... It was introduced after the last time I stopped playing for a while. So it seems like some cool shit might be involved. I can just get the All-Flame in the alternate universe. Oh yeah, so that mechanic. So the mechanic for this league, this like temporary... It's like... You... Everything is fresh. Everyone has to start a new character. Everyone is starting from nothing. But... there will be a special mechanic present. So the mechanic for this league is... there's the Blood Crucible. So, you put an item into the Blood Crucible, and then as you kill stuff, you generate blood juice. You generate blood. And once your blood is this filled up or higher, then you can press a button, and you can go into the Nightmare, where you just go into an alternate universe version of the zone that you're already in, and you kill a bunch of dudes in there. And when you kill a bunch of dudes in there, you absorb corruption into the item that you put into the Crucible. And once you've absorbed enough corruption, then you can transform it, and you randomly get some weird modifiers. And then the skill tree just affects putting items into the Crucible and randomly modifying them. So, like, this item I transformed with the Blood Crucible. And those orange modifiers at the top, those are the things, like, those are the Blood Crucible modifiers that are currently active on it. So, you get plus 18% to fire resistance, but minus 16% to cold resistance. And some of the good modifiers are really good, some of the bad bad modifiers are really bad. Like, you transform an item, okay, you've got a unique. Let's say you got a unique bow that deals no physical damage. It only deals lightning damage. Right? And you can build around that, like you just use a bunch of stuff that increases your lightning damage instead of increases your physical damage, and then you use a skill that deals lightning damage and all that good stuff. But then you transform it, and one of the modifiers that you get is like, oh, it adds an additional amount of lightning damage. That seems really cool. So I think for the most part, the positive modifiers and the negative modifiers are not paired together. So you can get, like, whatever kind of modifier for the good and for the bad. So, positive. It'll deal additional lightning damage. So it's like, wow, sick. Now this thing does a ton of lightning damage. And then the second modifier is deals no lightning damage. Oops! So, gotta be careful. Although it's not even you gotta be careful. It's just like, don't transform an item that you're not willing to lose. Because there might be some really cool, good modifiers that you could get on the item, but there are also some modifiers that make the item completely worthless and does absolutely nothing. On Slaff Report. Ooh. Yeah, give me the Go Fast Shrine. Zoom. I think one thing, it's both a good and, like, for the most part it's a good thing, but in some regards it's a bad thing, about Path of Exile. So, leagues have been a thing in the game for basically the whole lifespan of the game. Okay, so you see the strongbox? Strongboxes were a league mechanic originally, and eventually that league mechanic just got implemented into the base game. So, originally, when it was the league mechanic, and you were playing in the Strongbox League, or whatever it was called, there would be at least one strongbox in every area. So you would always be finding these strongboxes, you would always be interacting with these strongboxes, but now, the strongboxes will just appear randomly. Some places have a higher chance of spawning long boxes or strong boxes than others, but for the most part, you know, you're not guaranteed to be finding strong boxes all the time. Elemental hit, Poisonous Concoction, yeah. %10 chance to poison on hit with attacks. Oh. I see. Poisonous Fangs. Plus 10% damage over time, multiplier for poison, claw attacks deal increased damage with ailments. We're not going to be using a claw, we're just going to be throwing potions. Too much food. Good, you're stuck sitting down watching streams fuel. But yeah, it's a lot of mechanics that exist in Path of Exile now were originally League mechanics, which is cool. It's just the downside being now there are so fucking many mechanics. Sure. Separate that like that. Put this in here. Poisonous Concoction. Go in the boots, sure. This essence in the guild stash. We'll put this axe back into the guild stash because Poisonous Concoction throws an explosive bottle that deals unarmed attack damage in an area and has a chance to poison. Can consume charges from a life flask to add further damage. Requires an empty main hand and no offhand weapon. Do we have any shields that I can use? Level 17! Aw, dang it. I mean, it gives me a bunch of life if I don't find a better shield before then. Increase spell damage. Okay, so Poisonous Concoction is an attack, AoE, chaos, and projectile. So we'll switch out Splitting Steel. Leave dash on. My body. Socket gems are supported by Elemental Proliferation. Gems, essence. Oh, actually, what do we have for essences? Physical attack damage, leeches his life, increased spell damage, added fire damage. Both of those. Oh, increased dexterity, spell damage, lightning damage. Adds physical damage. So I can take that. And then we'll take... Do I want to take the gloves or the hat for this? Satisfactory is driving you to insanity. Not surprising. Alright, let's take this Plague Mask. Oh, wait, no, it has to be gloves to get the effect that I want out of it. Sure. Bam! Adds physical damage to attacks, increased energy shield, life gained on kill, and mana gained on kill. That seems pretty good. Is there an essence that I want to... Oh, guaranteed life. Yeah. Put that on that. Gives me life, mana, increased rarity of items, and lightning resistance. Not exciting, but good. So let's put Poisonous Concoction and Lesser Multiple Projectiles in here. Now, are there any... Let's see. Oh, it seems like this build wants... Let's see. Explosive Concoction, Lesser Multiple Projectiles, Volley, and Void Manipulation. Let's see. Where are my gems? Void. Oh, I thought I had a Void Manipulation gem. Do I have a Volley gem? Do you have Void Manipulation or Volley? Void Manipulation. Deal more chaos damage, deal no elemental damage. Alright. And Volley. Supported skills fire 2 additional projectiles. Supported skill also fire projectiles from up to 2 points on each side of you. But they deal less projectile damage. Sure. Alright, so now... Let's see... Alright, so now I have... Alright, so... I want Poisonous Concoction to be supported by, which means linked to, in these little gem slots. I want them to be supported by Lesser Multiple Projectiles to throw more projectiles, Volley to throw more projectiles, and Void Manipulation to deal more damage. But all 4 of these are green, so I want to take this mask, and I want all 4 of the gem slots to be green. So I can take these chromatic orbs, and I reforge the color of the sockets on an item. Randomly. That's pretty good. 3 out of 4 ain't bad. I have 13 more chromatics. Alright. Oh shit. Oh shit. Yes! Got there! Alright. So, take Poisonous Concoction, put it on my right click. And we'll put Splitting Steel into GBJ. Alright, so now I need to turn off auto-equip. Because if I don't have auto-equip turned off, then the next time I pick up a weapon that I can use, it'll automatically equip it in my right hand, which is bad. Because I can't use this skill with any weapon in my main hand. Let's switch these two, because this one recovers more life. Ooh, okay. Bop. Alright. Pretty good. I am now one-shotting basically everything, and the attack is pretty fast. Alright. Yep. And the poison is doing its thing. Alright. We're in it now, boys. So it seems like it's not doing a ton of damage over time, but it is just one-shotting most enemies that it hits. So I guess that's okay. I guess I'm fine with not dealing a ton of damage over time, and instead just dealing a ton of damage right up front. If I have to. This equipment system is the materia system on crack. Yes. Yeah, that's a very good way of looking at it. I should be doing the League mechanic more, probably. But yeah, it's like, you have gear that has a bunch of slots, and some of the slots are connected, and certain gems or materia will, like, give bonuses to other gems or materia if they are connected to each other. Orb of Chance, oh boy! You can dash over ledges now. Oh wait, I bet you still can't dash over gaps, though. Yeah, that's a shame. So, some movement skills you can use to, like, jump over gaps. Like, there's one called Flame Dash, which is generally one of the better ones. And that, you can use Flame Dash to go over gaps. Leap Slam, which is basically just what it sounds like, also lets you jump over gaps with it, but some movement skills don't let you go over gaps, which is a bummer. And some skills some movement skills require certain kinds of weapons. And because of that, my choice of movement skills is kinda limited, just because I have no weapon. Because I'm just throwing potions at people instead. Another downside to this skill. Trying to rid myself of the habit of always wanting to hit one to heal myself. I can't... I need to not use my first life flask for healing, because I need to use it for killing! Appreciate the jazzy soundtrack over what looks like exploring tombs. Oh shit, I don't have the Spotify widget open. Yeah, so Path of Exile is not particularly well optimized, and one of the common ways to get a performance improvement is to disable all sounds. Not just turn all sounds down to minimum, like going into the config file and disabling sound effects generally gets a performance boost. Which is very important later on, where, you know, just having a moment where the game is lagging out can cause you to die. I already have a greater mana flask. Alright, increased damage over time, multiplier for poison, claw attacks deal more damage, claw attacks, not super important. But Allocate after taking a notable passive skill in this cluster to select a Claw Mastery bonus. Oh, okay, so you still have to use a passive skill point to allocate that. But when I do, what does the guide say that I should get from that? Flat life and mana gain for each enemy hit by your attacks. That sounds really good. You just assumed that it was just, I've played this game a lot and gotten bored of its soundtrack. This game doesn't really have much of a soundtrack. Most of the soundscape of Path of Exile is the sounds of things getting blasted forever and ever, and sometimes you get, like, sound effects of loot dropping. Sometimes you get the soothing sounds of, like, me mashing all of my potion buttons because I'm about to die. So, even if turning off all sound effects were not mechanically beneficial, I would probably still turn off the sound effects anyways. Path of Exile ASMR. I mean, there are streamers for that, if you're interested. The guy that I got this build from, I think their name is Nugiyen, N-U-G-I-Y-E-N, I think? They stream Path of Exile extremely frequently. The other day I checked in on their stream just to see what was up, and they were watching cooking videos, which, I mean, good for them. They had like 2,200 people hanging out, so there's a market. Whispering Essence of Woe. Whispering Essence of Woe, more like. Removes curse on use. Alright, stuff. You get to hang out there. All of these need to be sold. Ba-ba. Oh wait. Any skills to hand in? No, that's fine. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure how the sound effect disable thing actually works. My assumption is just that, like, the game is regularly loading and unloading a bunch of sound effects for use. And so if you disable sounds, then it's not doing that anymore. Which, even if you're not technically minded, should be able to make the connection that making your computer do less things makes your computer able to do the few things that it is doing way better. For example, if you are streaming a video game, then that tends to make the video game perform worse. Which, if you've watched my Satisfactory streams, you should be well aware of. My poor computer. It cannot handle some games. It's like, what am I doing? 360. Switcherooski. Oh boy, unless there are multiple projectiles. Alright, here we go. So... Give me... flat life and mana gained for each enemy hit by my attacks. So that is new. This mastery thing is new. So what it used to be is you would have these clusters of nodes that give you different abilities when you put your passive points into them, and then that was it. But now there's this center node that you can take if you take the big fancy node in the little cluster. So it's like, take this, all right, 1 point, 1 point, 1 point, and then you put 1 point in here, and you get to pick which benefit you want. And there's a bunch of different benefits. So it's like a bonus choose your own node. Ooh, Bramblejack. Bramblejack doesn't actually do anything for me right now. Adds damage to my attacks, increased life. Melee physical damage taken reflected to attackers. I'm losing out on 21% resistances. It's probably fine. Switch that out for now. It's a cool change, but makes an already complicated game even more so. In a roundabout kind of way, it actually makes the game a little bit less complicated in terms of, like, general playability. Because now, like, rather than having super particular paths for all of your different passive nodes to get very specific abilities from, like, very specific spots on the tree and trying to optimize how you're putting your points around that way, you can kind of just look around and be like, Poison Mastery. Which one of these poison things do I want more? Oh, well, I mean, all of them seem really good for me, a poison user, so I should probably go for it. It gives you more nodes to look at, but because you can take the effect that you feel will benefit you the most, I think it works out. It's like some extra upfront complication in terms of, like, smoothing the experience out a bit. Ready, Exile, time to hunt. Oh, hello, Einhar. Stuck behind a pillar. Let's go find some monsters. Can you search for effects on the passive tree now? You can. Poison. Hey, I'm a poison build. Where's stuff that makes my build better? Oh, look at all these nodes that do some stuff. Alright, oh, this actually gives me a chance to avoid being poisoned. Well, how about this node, these nodes over here? Increased damage with poison. That seems good. What's the Poison Mastery? Poisons you inflict on non-poisoned enemies deal increased damage. Well, that seems good. Poisons you inflict deal damage faster. Well, that's good if I'm, like, maybe if an enemy has really high upfront defenses, but they're like more weak to damage over time. Oh wait, but there's also recover 3% of life on killing a poisoned enemy. Hey, if I need survivability, perfect. And so on and so forth. As, you know, you gotta take that with a grain of salt at considering that I am someone who both uses builds and also, like, uses builds that people have already made. But also have played this game for over 1,600 hours? So, maybe I'm wrong, and maybe it is, like, an unnecessary additional level of complication to this already very mechanically complex game. But I think overall, it is a good change, just because of the versatility of the nodes. Because it seems like some of them are like, hey, here's a version of this node that gives you more survivability. Here's a version of this node that gives you more sustain. So it's like, oh, hey, are you having trouble being able to use your skills regularly because you're running out of mana? Well, here, you can take this version of the node, which will give you mana based off of hitting enemies with your abilities. Or maybe you just want more straight-up damage. Well, what flavor of straight-up damage do you think will work best for you? You got some options. It adds diversity to builds. Yeah. It can also, like, depending on what effects you're getting from those nodes. I mean, in addition to each of those nodes representing an additional node with... Okay, so this cluster of nodes gives me extra poison damage, right? So, if I am using a poison build, I already want these 3 nodes. But now, because this additional node is also included in that cluster, now, on top of these 3 poison nodes, which were already good for me, I now have the opportunity to put another point into this cluster, so I don't have to spend the points to get anywhere else on the tree. I'm already right here. It's already right here to get an additional poison benefit. And just like navigating your way around the passive tree is something that can be... I mean, the passive tree in general is super intimidating for new players. It's intimidating for experienced players. I still get wigged out looking at it. But just being able to get more value out of the parts of the tree that I have spent the points to get to is good. Part of you is surprised poison works when so many of the things look so undead. So, I can't recall if any enemies are outright immune to poison. I think if there were any, they've taken that out. But what poison is... Poison is not... like, when you deal damage with poison, the damage type is not poison. You are not dealing poison-type damage to the enemies. Oh god. What you're dealing is you're dealing chaos damage. And chaos damage has a few interesting quirks about it. So, chaos damage... Okay, so you look over here, you see I've got 477 maximum life, but I also have shield. I have 46 shield, which is energy shield. And just like energy shields in most other games, it regenerates... Ah, fuck. Frozen, get me out of here. Just like energy shields in other games, energy shields will just regenerate automatically once I'm not taking damage actively. So, items that are corrupted cannot be modified, so the fact that each of these only have 2 linked sockets means that, like, it might be a pretty good item, but I'm probably not going to use it because it has so few sockets, and so on. Anyways, so chaos damage... Chaos damage will go through energy shields. So, if you're up against enemies that have, like, a lot of energy shield, then chaos damage is really effective against them because it will, it'll kind of sneak through. But, as a result of that, a lot of enemies tend to be more resilient to chaos damage specifically than a lot of other elemental damage types. Because you'll run across enemies that are like, resists elemental damage. Usually bosses will have effects that are like, resists chaos damage, resists elemental damage. And what that just means is they have higher resistances. Doesn't necessarily mean you can't do it. Used to be that sources of chaos damage was pretty rare, just because it was so powerful. You know, certain bosses, basically all of their survivability was in the form of energy shield, so oops, I just ignored their energy shield and absolutely decimated them. But now, because of poison being a source of chaos damage is actually a lot more common than it used to be. I am also going to assign that button to dash, so I can kind of just do whatever with my offhand. Not anything indecent, you perverts. Just like my leg was itchy, so I was like, just assign dash to my middle mouse button, so now I can itch my leg. Bone-hurting juice poison. Yeah, basically. Just because the thing isn't biological doesn't mean they can't be poisoned in this universe. Because poison isn't, like, a toxin. Poison is... Oh, holy shit! That was a lot of damage! What poison is poison is... like, chaos. It is chaotic damage being inflicted to their very being. Just the same as fire damage is heat being inflicted to their very essence, their very being. Yep, give me the poison. Did I pick it? Oh yeah, Grand Life Flask. Hell yeah. No, not reduced amount recovered. Fuck, I don't have any alteration orbs. The game keeps giving me that modifier, even though it is the modifier I want the absolute least on my Life Flask. I mean, it can be handy to have just as a panic button, but if I'm gonna get a big fancy new Life Flask, I want my Life Flask to heal more, so then Poison Concoction deals more damage. Oh yeah, so Einhar, this guy that's hanging around, and these weird enemies that show up on my minimap, which I should probably not have up all the time. These enemies that show up on my minimap and have weird effects, and when I kill them, they get teleported away. That was a League mechanic. It was like kinda going around catching Pokemon. It was a weird League, and I think they made some drastic changes to the way that the mechanic worked even inside the League itself, which is weird. Usually if they're going to change the way a League works, they wait until after the League is over and they're implementing the mechanic into the base game. But I recall the Pokemon mechanic being extremely annoying. But now, anytime that Einhar, this guy, shows up, you gotta seek out a couple of Monstars, and when you kill them, you capture them, and then you can use them for item crafting. You basically use the monsters that you capture as reagents for blood rituals where you fight a bunch of enemies, including the enemies that you captured, and then you turn them into an item, or you use them to modify an item. Which, it's cool, and it's useful, and like some of the I don't remember the name of the mechanic, but some of those crafting recipes, some of those like item crafting effects can be really good and really helpful. But usually I just forget about it. I forget that I am capturing monsters as I'm going on this adventure until removes curse on use. Sure. I'll just forget about it until the end game, and then I'll just use them to make a cool hat or something. Because some of the recipes are like, get a random item level 64 unique helmet. Sometimes it's good. It's random, so it'll probably be bad. But effects like that can be really handy for, like, if you're trying to be self-sufficient, because, like, hey, I need this specific unique helmet in order to make my build way better. So I'm going to take any chance I can get to try and get my hands on that helmet. Where are the rest of these frickin' Monstars? Oh, right. I can go into hell! Ooh! Getting all kinds of achievement progress. Or challenge progress, as it were. So, class, does anyone have any questions about the mechanics of this weird-ass game? Because there's enough... It's an overwhelming amount of stuff that I could potentially talk about when it comes to Path of Exile. Or I could just talk about my day. I woke up late, got in the way while I was having cereal because LawyerDog started making lasagna early. That was pretty much it. When can you unlock the titty slider? So, there's very little character customization. It's Diablo 2. It's you know, typical character action game fare, where it's just like, oh, you don't really get to modify your character much. Just your starting class is the character. But actually, speaking of that, so my starting class is the Ranger, which is this lady, and she has her own backstory and everything. But you look at this passive tree, which, I mean, don't stare too long because stare into the abyss, etc., etc. But you look at this passive tree and it's like, holy fuck. What the fuck is that? But the thing about the passive tree is that everyone shares the same passive tree. It just determines where you start on the passive tree. So, Ranger starts over here, Duelist starts over here, Marauder starts over here, so on and so forth. So a lot of what will determine like the basics of your character build is just like what kinds of nodes do you have access to right like really close to where you start on the passive tree. So Ranger, you look at her, she's got a bow. She's probably good at using bows and stuff. So what kind of nodes does she have right away? Well, she has projectile damage. She has evasion. She has stuff like that. So, you know, she's kind of a... Like, the concept behind the character determines where, like, what kinds of nodes are close to where you start. So this guy, he likes shields and one-handed weapons and stuff a lot. He likes hitting things in melee. So the duelist, right next to the duelist's starting area, you have increased melee range, increased melee damage, increased attack speed, ignore movement penalties from armor, and shit like that. Which is pretty cool. Because, hey, alright, I'm playing a ranger, but I actually am playing a melee kind of ranger, so I'm just gonna swoosh on down here to the duelist area, and I'm gonna start getting some of these sweet-ass melee nodes that they have access to. Can't believe this game doesn't have a posterior slider like the Elder Scrolls Online. Yeah, damn shame. Can't even be, like, none of the characters are even animal people, but, because posterior. But, I bought a microtransaction so I can have a deer head. Oh yeah, that's another thing about Path of Exile. Path of Exile is free. And you can't buy stuff like stuff that makes your weapons stronger, stuff that gives you more life. You can't buy that kind of stuff. What you can buy is, like, the most mechanically beneficial stuff that you buy with real money is stuff like extra storage space in your stash and different kinds of storage tabs in your stash. So it's like, here's a stash tab that's designed specifically to put money into. So each different kind of currency, like each orb, will have its own slot, and you can just have infinite of whatever kinds of money you want in each of those slots. So rather than having, like... Because each of these will have a maximum number that you can have of them in a stack. Like, Scroll of Wisdom, stack size 36 out of 40. So if I wanted to store a shitload of Scrolls of Wisdom in my stash, then it would end up looking like this, with each of those being a stack of 40. But then with the currency tab, they all go into one stack. A lot of convenience stuff, a lot of quality of life stuff you can get with actual money. But no pay to win nonsense, which is nice. Yeah, usually the cosmetic setup that I have is like the deer helmet, and then the rest of the outfit is this fucking golden bullshit. Just because I got this golden bullshit from completing challenges in a league. Footprints. I can have Twitch purple footprints that I got as a Twitch Prime benefit. I have this purple portal, also from Twitch Prime. I got this bird from a league, I think. I can't actually use any of my cool weapon effects because I don't have a weapon. Oh wait, I can make my shield a blood shield, and then I get this cool swoosh effect. I don't remember where I got that from. And now I'm this monstrosity. I'm still missing 2 monsters. Where are the beasts? The people in Guilty Gear Strive was right. They should have blamed the beasts. These beasts are assholes. I still need to actually watch the story mode of Strive, because I am interesting. I am interesting, in case you wanted to know. I'm interested. I watched all of Wooly's lore videos about the Guilty Gear lore, and there's some cool shit going on in that story. Trying to explain it makes you sound like an absolute madman, because one of the most important characters of the entire series is just called That Man. It's super fun bullshit. I mean, just, hey, there's a big American dude who loves eating hamburgers and carries around an alien in a coffin that he beats people with. And he's the Secretary of Defense or something? The Secretary of Extraterrestrial Defense? Or he's a government official that walks around with an alien in a casket and beats people with it. He's the Secretary of Absolute Defense. Great. That's what you want. He's more dangerous than the entirety of the American military. That sounds about right. I mean, the American military has gotten pretty fucked up a couple of times over the course of the Guilty Gear games, right? Between the... Oh god, what was the name of the group? The name of the people who brought magic to humanity? Like the Council or something. They fucked up the US military a whole lot, didn't they? Justice did a whole number on the whole world. Oh yeah, I mean the Gear Wars, or sorry, the Crusades. The Crusades did indeed fuck up the world in a major way. It was like 95% of the population of Earth was entirely wiped out, or something like that. It was crazy. Alright, I finally found those stupid beasts. I shouldn't have wasted that much time on that, but oh well. I think one of my favorite things about Guilty Gear lore as a whole is that they're willing to make like complete weirdos really important characters, and they don't make them less weird based off of their importance. It's just like, yeah, this guy has a cool eye patch and carries around a coffin with an alien in it and constantly denies the existence of aliens. And also he is, like, the Secretary of Absolute Defense and, like, one of the strongest people in the world. and is a extremely important government official in the US government, and just because he's a fucking weirdo doesn't mean he's not important or super strong. Johnny being a badass swordsman, but also looking like Johnny Bravo as a twink. That's a hell of a way to describe someone. I didn't think I would ever... I don't think that the concept of a character like that would have ever crossed my mind, but apparently they exist in a Guilty Gear game. What do I want? Mr. Guide, what do I want? Probably that one. Poisons you inflict on non-poison enemies deal 300% increased damage. Wait, shit. I did want to apply that. Apply! Swing! Oh, did I not apply that earlier? Oh, I'm a fucking idiot. Damn it. No wonder I'm still having mana issues. I didn't get the thing that makes my mana issues go away. I think Johnny actually is based off of Johnny Bravo. I wouldn't be surprised. Also, hey, Saul Bad Guy. You know, the main character of Guilty Gear? And how his name, like, he is the hero of the series? And how he's called Bad Guy? Hey, remember in the Guilty Gear lore how they had to stop the Pope from causing the apocalypse? By combining with basically Mechagodzilla that almost genocided the entire human race? I mean, Daisuke's human Sona. Guilty Gear lore is really rad. Yeah, it is! But, like, almost every single individual thing that you can talk about makes it sound like the most batshit crazy thing. Like, hey, Japan is gone. Japan just got completely wiped off the map. And so the Japanese all over the world got put into kinda concentration camps. And also all of them are extremely powerful, but all of them might be dying due to a government conspiracy. And that's like, the whole thing with the Japanese is treated as like a relatively minor thing for a lot of the story. It's just like something that's going on in the background while the real plot is happening somewhere else. He's called Bad Guy just to be a Freddie Mercury reference. Good. In Exile, there's a character that's an old man, but it's actually a mecha suit piloted by a Chinese key martial artist prodigy who is a teenage girl. Yep. Hey, you know that character that does the dolphin move? Well, turns out she's Japanese. And so she is extremely powerful. And also, like, they're part of a group of sky pirates, and the sky pirates are like one of the most influential groups in the world just because they have someone that's Japanese and isn't in one of the weird walled off communities. It's a hell of a thing trying to figure out what's going on in that series. But there's cool stuff going on in the series, so great meme you saw comparing fighter game character designs. Yeah. Oh, Faust. Alright, Faust. He's a extremely tall weirdo that wears a paper bag on his head and is like kind of treated as a joke character. So Faust was a physician. He was a doctor. World-renowned doctor, like a super good doctor. You know, everybody loved him. But then he thought that he let a little girl die on the operating table, and so he quit being a doctor and instead became a serial killer. But then it turns out that he didn't kill the little girl didn't die on the operating table because of him. The little girl died because of a government conspiracy that they assassinated the little girl so that Faust would not discover the secret to immortality, because he was about to figure it out, and they were like, oh no, we can't let him figure out immortality or bringing people back to life or whatever it was. So they killed a little girl and caused this dude to turn into a serial killer. And one of his special moves is he gets a wheelchair and he runs into the other person's ankle, and it hurts really bad. So that's Faust. That's what Faust is all about. It would hurt really bad. It does look like it hurts very badly. Sure. This game really loves giving me instant heal flasks, even though I don't really want them. Oh yeah, what am I doing for Poisonous Concoction, Ghost Dance? Bandit. 2 points. Alright. I gotta kill a bunch of dudes. He figured it out. He was already bringing people back from the dead. He just didn't notice. Oh. I didn't know about that part. Is that something that comes up in Strive, or is that just something that didn't come up in Wooly's lore videos? It's just backstory? Wow. Alright. Kill this group of dudes. And I'm gonna get this node for real this time, instead of... There we go. Instead of almost getting it and then not. Hey, Glass Blower's Bauble. Glass Blower's Baubles increase the quality of life flasks, which is extremely good, because increased quality on life flasks causes the base amount of healing that the life flask gives you. And then what you do is if you use a Glass Blower's Bauble on a flask that is common, so like white quality. The hell is this? I don't remember this. Because Glass Blower's Baubles are worth more quality if you use them on lower quality or lower rarity flasks, you find a good base flask, and then you make sure it's common, so you can either turn it common or maybe it'll start common, and then use 4 Glass Blower's Baubles on it to give it plus 20% quality, and then you make it into a magic item using an Orb of Transmutation, and then you use a quadrillion fucking Orb of Alterations until you get the modifiers that you want on it. Easy peasy. Also, you can get Glass Blower's Baubles from vendors if you sell them flasks with a total quality percentage of 20%. Path of Exile mechanics, woo! The reason why he's creepy in Strive, he tried to help Zappa with his whole haunted, possessed by ghost thing, so he grafted a chunk of his skin onto his body, and now Faust is the one getting haunted. What? What? Where did... Oh, there he is. See, resists elemental damage, resists chaos, there at the top. Most bosses will have those effects. Didn't help. Oh, I should just portal out of here. Woo! How do you tell what a flask's percentage is? Oh, hang on. Captioner. Testing, 1, 2. So not every flask has quality on it. So, here we go. Superior Medium Mana Flask. Quality, plus 6%. So, oh wait, no. To get the Glass Blower's Bauble, you need a total of 40% quality. My bad. 20% is the normal maximum percentage of quality that you can have on a flask. So it's like plus 6%, plus 6%, plus 6%. So if I trade in these 3, which would give me plus 18% quality total, I wouldn't get anything for it. It has to be a total of 40% or more. I think there's an alternate recipe that you can use that makes it easier. I think, like, if you trade in a flask that has 20% quality, you get a Glass Blower's Bauble, I think. Not 100% sure on that, don't quote me on it, but I think that's a thing. Increased mana regeneration rate, but also life and mana and accuracy. Oh, yeah. Oh yeah, Kevin MacLeod. I don't think Casa Bossa Nova is on Spotify, which is, it makes me sad, because Casa Bossa Nova is really good. But Space Jazz is also good. Investigate the Chamber of Sins. Okay. Wait, where am I? No, not shop. Crossroads. Yes, okay, I am in the right place. Oh, this is just a... Oh, that's the river. Okay. I'm dumb. So, maps in this are procedurally generated. But there are, typically maps that you go through in, like, the story mode, like the main campaign of the game. They have specific layouts that you can generally kind of figure out and suss out after playing through them many times. There will still be some randomization to it, but that is the reason why I was so confused for a moment there. Because, like, I knew that the river was a feature of that area, of that map. I just didn't remember. It looked a little different than I remembered. So. Alright. Keep forgetting that I can go to hell whenever I want, basically. Not whenever I want. When I have collected enough blood, then I can go to hell. And I should go to hell more often. Because, going into the nightmare and collecting corruption, it doesn't only allow you to transform these items. Reduced mana regeneration rate. Oh, but regenerate 11.1 life per second? That's not bad. So, it lets you transform the items, but it also gives you this status effect, Exposed to Corruption. For each stack, Scourge monsters deal 1% more damage to you with hits and ailments, but you have 1% more quantity of items found from Slain Scourge. You have 1% more rarity of items found from Slain Scourge, and 0.5% more corruption absorbed by items in your Blood Crucible. So you are encouraged to gain stacks of that debuff. Because it is a debuff, because you do take more damage, but you get benefits from it. Because Path of Exile likes mechanics where you make the game harder in exchange for bigger rewards. Like, in the end game. So most of the end game, the way that you, like, progress through the end game is you complete maps. And maps are randomly generated areas that are, like, based off of tile sets, mostly tile sets that you encounter throughout the main game. So, like, the way this area looks and the kinds of items and set pieces that you find in this specific area, there is a map that utilizes this kind of area. And it also utilizes, like, bosses that you fight throughout the story and so on and so forth. So you'll find, like, the maps will just randomly drop once you start getting towards the end of the game. You collect these maps, and the maps are items, which means you can modify them. So you can, you can just use them as normal quality maps, and they won't have, like, any specific modifiers, just like an item. Like, a normal weapon doesn't really have any special modifiers, it just has damage, it just has the natural innate qualities of that base item. But then you can make a map into magic, and then magic items will have certain modifiers, and so certain maps you can have, like, all enemies in this map will have bloodline modifiers or something, or, like, all magic monsters in the map will have bloodline modifiers, and bloodline modifiers do a bunch of stuff that makes the enemies stronger. But based off of what modifiers you have on the map, how many modifiers you have on the map will have higher item drop rates, higher item rarity. It'll have more enemies in it. And the more enemies you kill, the more chances you have at them dropping loot. Right? So, whole lot of mechanics. Oh, 1,000 ribbons. Alright, gotta talk to Helena. Meet Helena in town. Okie dokie. What do I care about? Let's see. Oh, I do get to use Flame Dash in this build. Yay! Herald, Ensnaring Arrow. Do I use any of the heralds? Oh, this build doesn't use, or this version of the build, at least, doesn't use Herald of Agony. Grants a buff giving more poison damage and a chance to inflict poison. When you poison an enemy while you have this buff, you gain Virulence and summon an Agony Crawler minion that uses projectile and area attacks. You will lose Virulence over time, at a rate which increases the more Virulence you have. The minion will die when you have no Virulence. Maximum 1 summoned Agony Crawler, 20% chance to poison on hit, grants Virulence when you poison an enemy, grants 10% more poison damage. Okay. Here's a weird thing about Path of Exile mechanics. There is a difference between the word increased and the word more. Modifiers that use the word more apply after modifiers that use the word increase. So, if you have 10% increased physical damage, and then 10% more physical damage, you take your physical damage and multiply it by, 1.1, you add the 10% to it, and then you take that number, and then you apply the more modifier. So they don't add together for 20%. It's 10% and then 10% on top of that. Maximum 40 Virulence. Agony Crawler has increased attack speed per Virulence, increased physical damage, increased added physical damage per Virulence you have. That's pretty cool. What auras does the thing want me to have? Purity of Elements, Malevolence, Grace? I'm gonna take Herald of Agony. I might use it anyway. Herald of Ash, Herald of Ice, Summon Skitterbots, Ensnaring Arrow, Blade Blast, Desecrate. Oh right, I was supposed to get Vitality in Act 1. There might be another aura or two that I could get from Act 1 that I forgot to get. Am I winning? Kinda. I'm doing Poisonous Concoction, which is pretty cool. You know me, I love my not having to worry about weapon stats. Alright, do you have Grace? Okay, no, you get Grace later. No Purity of Elements. Vitality. Bam. Is there anything else that I forgot to get from here? Despair. Flame Dash, can't get that here. Plague Bearer, can't get that here. Withering Step. Ooh, I can get Withering Step. Travel, AoE, Chaos, Movement, Blink, Spell, Duration. Removes any existing elusive buff before applying both elusive and a buff that grants phasing. Ooh! While you have this buff, monsters that enter an area around you will be withered. Using a skill or losing the elusive buff ends the skill's effects, shares a cooldown with other blink skills. What does Wither do again? Withered applies 6% increased chaos damage taken and can be inflicted up to 15 times. That seems pretty sick. Malevolence? Can't get that yet. Nope. Okay. Up. Put another cool 1,000 ribbons in here. No, I'm just gonna put this one into mine. Alright, Withering Step. +1 to radius. Cost 11 mana. Only costs 6 mana. Yeah, we got 2,000 ribbons. Fuck it. I'm gonna use Herald of Agony, even though the build doesn't suggest using it. I'm gonna be bold. Be spicy and lend a hand. Is there any other cool gems that I have access to? Could be using. Nah. Get my chromatic gem. Put that away. Put you over here. Didn't get the warp in the Chamber of Sins. Did I complete the thing in the Chamber of Sins? Because I think there's a Trial of Ascendancy in the Chamber of Sins, and I don't remember if I completed it or not. Alright, Withering Step. Alright, so that's going to reserve 63 mana. That's going to reserve 25% mana. If I have both of these going, maybe it'll be fine. Oh, it doesn't, it doesn't actually move me, is the thing. Oh, okay. Got it. It just makes me go a little faster. Which is still pretty cool. Even if I do end up... I guess that would be a pretty good skill to have for fighting bosses. As I can just slam that and then be all up in the boss's grill and apply Withering and make them take more damage. And then blast them. I think I'm getting to the point where I can start ignoring Scrolls of Wisdom. I don't feel confident about that, so I'm not going to. But I think maybe I could. I shouldn't have gotten rid of Dash. I should have kept Dash around. I'm a fool. Kind of satisfying to see an entire room of enemies just explode. That's one of the best parts about Path of Exile, is just Like, getting into a groove where you are just strong. So you're just rolling up and blasting dudes. And if you're doing a good job at, like, consistently enough becoming more powerful, then you could, like, you know that you're still doing pretty well so long as you can just roll up on a crowd and just obliterate them. And then you start running into enemies where it's like, oh, I need 2 blasts to take care of these enemies. Well, clearly I need to be stronger. Sustaining righteous fire with potions, you madman. I'm actually seeing a lot of righteous fire builds. Like, I was actually looking into maybe doing a righteous fire build myself. So for those not in the know, what righteous fire is, you set yourself on fire, and you constantly take fire damage, but you deal fire damage to everything around you. And you also get a massive increase to spell damage and stuff, but nobody really cares about that. Everyone cares about just being able to walk through dudes and set them on fire and kill them with the fire that you set yourself on fire with. And so it's a weird balancing act of a build where you have to find enough ways to mitigate fire damage and regenerate life and all of that, such that you do not die from the fire damage that you are constantly taking. And you also, like, on top of that, you also have to find ways to increase your fire damage such that you kill enemies with it. It's a very weird build. Yeah, it's nice having a little minion show up. The enemies know what you're about and have blessed you. Oh, is that a quality righteous fire? Yeah, 6%, baby. We take those. Oh, I need to change the tree. I have enough points that I can. Ah. So now what I need to do is I need to go over here, and then I can refund that point later. Once I get this point, then I can refund that point. Movement speed and chance to suppress spell damage. 50% of damage from suppressed hits and ailments they inflict is prevented. Huh. Suppression is, I think, something they just introduced with this most recent major patch, where you have a chance to just take less. You have a chance to suppress damage. Instead of just having stuff like dodge, it's now you have a chance to suppress. So instead of just making the damage not happen at all, you have a chance to take 50% less damage from the thing that you suppress. And I think there are ways to increase the amount of damage that you suppress when you suppress damage. And there's some other stuff. I'm not super familiar with suppression quite yet. And I know that every now and then it'll seem like I am trying to I'm trying to make it sound like Path of Exile isn't as complicated as it seems, and it's actually more approachable than you would think. It's still a lot. I'm not gonna bullshit anyone and say that The mechanics in this game are a lot, but I think it's a good game. So if you like action RPGs, still worth a try. I've played this game for over 1,600 hours for a reason. Do I care about you? No. Ba-ba-ba. Ugh. But yeah, there's the best thing that I could say about Path of Exile is, like, if you like having weird builds and being able to, you know, beat the game to some extent with some dumb bullshit, Path of Exile, you can get there. It's hard. It's not easy to get there, but you can get there. There are some builds where the build is like, alright, yeah, LawyerDog has gotten... Okay, so you remember how I talked about Righteous Fire, and how Righteous Fire is a skill where you set yourself on fire, and then you just have to worry about making sure that you don't die from either getting hit or dying from your own fire damage. And Righteous Fire also, it's better if you have more life. I mean, not just because having more life means you don't die from it, but also it does more damage based off of your maximum life. What LawyerDog did as one of his earliest characters, I think like his first character that actually got to endgame, even, was a Righteous Fire build that kept itself at low life for extra value. There are some skills and effects that you get extra benefits from if you're at low life, which is 35% life or less. So LawyerDog would do some stuff to make sure that his maximum effective life, basically, was 35% of his maximum life, and then he would light himself on fire and hope that he did not die before the enemies did. Hey, if you like Assassin from Diablo 2, there's also a lot of builds that like traps, laying traps that, like, when enemies touch the thing, then you know, the trap might throw lightning everywhere, it might explode into a big fireball, it might do all kinds of cool shit. Trap throwing builds are certainly a thing, and it's something. I think one of LawyerDog's most successful builds was a trapper. Oh yeah, so he also made a Trapper character right before they made traps into a meta build. And then once they became a meta build, then LawyerDog decided that he was no longer allowed to use traps. Like right now, I think the top build in the current league is a trap build. Always bet on LawyerDog. LawyerDog, like, he's got the gumption. He's got what it takes. Even if he is severely allergic to meta builds. Meanwhile, I live and die by, like, tier 2 builds. I never really have the patience to, or the general game knowledge to get to the point where the true top tier builds thrive. But I always use builds that are good, and that are known to be good. I think one of the only times where I didn't was my my solo self-found, self-made build stream through of this game, and as soon as I hit the end game, that build was really not good. And it wasn't good before the end game either. It was alright through, like, the mid-game. It wasn't the worst. I had definitely played worse characters than that, using actual builds. Your Trapper had a 30-minute fight against a map boss, but got there eventually. That was... See, I love Flicker Strike. I love teleports behind you, nothing person... Sorry. Teleports behind you, teleports behind you, teleports behind you, teleports behind you, nothing personnel kid. I love that build. It is my favorite build. But that build is really not good at single target damage. Or just, like, tough boss fights in general, because you have to be directly on top of the boss in order to do anything to the boss, which, as it turns out, is bad when the bosses are strong. So I could absolutely annihilate every single enemy in basically any map until I got to the boss. And sometimes there would be a boss. Sometimes the boss fight would just be like, I could beat this boss. I could, in theory, spend the next 10 to 15 minutes of my life fighting this boss. But it's more, like, my time is more valuable if I just kill all of the enemies in the next map. And just fail to beat the boss in the next map as well. Which wasn't the best. Wait, LawyerDog, what level are you? 43? I guess the 40s is where Righteous Fire builds start to pop off nowadays. It's a whole new world of Righteous Fire being more viable. Certainly not a top tier build, but I think Righteous Fire is better than it's ever been. which might not be the highest compliment, because for most of its existence, Righteous Fire has kind of been a meme build. You gotta abuse several weird mechanics. Yeah, so that's another thing about LawyerDog's current set yourself on fire build. Isn't there a spell that does that in Dark Souls? Yeah, Immolation. There's also Power Within, which gives you a huge damage buff, but drains your health. So, note, huge or furry. I don't remember why I wrote that, but... Level 43 Trickster. So, Trickster is an archetype of the Shadow class, and the Shadow starts over here. And the Shadow class has a lot of nodes that give Energy Shield. And Energy Shield and Evasion, chances to avoid damage and not get hit by stuff. Generally, the closer you get to the top of the passive tree, the more Energy Shield related nodes that you find. Because usually, a lot of the stuff up here assumes that you're doing spellcasty stuff with Energy Shield instead of life. All the life stuff is down here. Real dumb thing about Righteous Fire is that it does not have the duration tag, but several duration support gems would be good for it. Oh. Because it doesn't have an actual set duration, it's just a thing that is active. Wait. It can be supported by Life Tap, which has a buff that has a duration, so it has the duration and gives Righteous Fire the duration tag. That's hilarious. Even though Life Tap doesn't activate from Righteous Fire. Oh my god. So you have a support gem that you're using just to give your Righteous Fire a tag? Need to activate Life Tap from another source to get the percent more damage from Life Tap. Wow. Wait, does that mean you have another activated... Like, you have another active gem socketed to your Righteous Fire? You have Shield Charge tapped. Are they on the same link? They're on different setups. Wait, I'm in a boss fight. I'll actually inspect what the wording on the gem is. But that sounds pretty absurd. Oh, it's blood magic. Wait. Supports any skill, minions cannot gain the life tap skill. Supported skills cost life instead of mana. Oh, right, they changed blood magic to be weird. Gain life tap after spending a total of 57 life on upfront costs and effects of supported skills. Supported skills deal 13% more damage while you have life tap. Oh! So you support Righteous Fire with life tap, but then you actually activate the life tap effect with Shield Charge. So then, oh my god, that's hilarious. Because the supported skills gain more damage while you have life tap doesn't say while you have life tap from this ability, as long as you have life tap from any effect. That's really clever and really dumb. I wonder if that's something that, like, the quote-unquote good Righteous Fire builds do. Or if it's just not worth the weird gem tax. Assume all of them do? Is it that strong? I mean, 13% more damage is pretty fucking strong. So I wouldn't be surprised. Righteous Fire has garbage supports. Oh, yeah, that's fair. Righteous Fire does have weird tags. Chance to suppress spell damage and increase movement speed. Hell yeah. I wonder if there's a way to make Immolate any good in Dark Souls. Because for the most part, it's not. Not being able to sustain Righteous Fire without killing enemies is such a pain. Yeah? That seems bad. Pipe train. Oh yeah, I have a pair of boots I could use. You get so little life regen from your tree. Yeah, well, you are in the shadow neighborhood. Are there not any mastery nodes that you could be getting some life regen from or something? %2 life regen while moving from one of those. Oh, how exciting. Flame Dash. Oh, I want Flame Dash. Yeah, give me those. I don't think I want Clarity. Or at least I don't care particularly about Clarity. Grace, Purity of Elements, Malevolence. Vicious Projectiles, Elemental Damage, Close Combat, Trinity. Let's get faster attacks, sure. Yena! Dragon's Dogma had an ability like that too. Used a lot, just jump on giants and burn them to death. Dragon's Dogma was a cool game. I wonder if they're gonna make another one. I don't recall hearing anything about a Dragon's Dogma sequel. They made an MMO, but it was Japan only. Oh, bummer. Okay, nothing I care about at the moment. There have been leaks for Dragon's Dogma 2? Ah. That would be nice. Oh, and now I'm just thinking about fucking Elden Ring. Very excited for Elden Ring. Dragon's Dogma fell into the thing where you ran into the thing where you fell into the meta instead of just playing the game. Ah. In a million years, once you have the Pantheon stuff, you get to have 2% life gen while standing to match. Oh boy, how exciting. I guess you could just, like, actively seek out flat regen sources on gear. And I guess that's your regen. They buffed flat regen on life on gear, yeah. I heard about that. Gotta play X levels as something boring so you can be an arcane archer or whatever once you've leveled up 100 times. Yeah, the proper way to play Dragon's Dogma is quite weird. And in general, I played through the vast majority of that game incorrectly, because I was playing as a dual-wielding daggers rogue kind of character, which I believe was like one of the worst classes, like one of the worst ways to play the game. Arcane Archer was just the busted thing. And I never got around to actually doing that. Time to die, Oak. The dude behind Devil May Cry 5 has wanted to make Dragon's Dogma 2 for ages, but couldn't after DMC5 sold gangbusters. Capcom finally went, fine, go nuts. Oh man. Imagine being capable of making something like Devil May Cry 5, and thinking, you know that weird jank, like, hey, Dragon's Dogma, I want to make another one of those. I want to make a sequel to that. Instead of just, I'm gonna make more Devil May Cry. Just... I want to make more Dragon's Dogma exist in the world. It's so weird. I never actually did a lot of the endgame stuff in Dragon's Dogma. It is a strange game. Refund that, and then I'm getting these. Reduced life cost of skills. I assume that LawyerDog has this, but I wonder how reduced life cost of skills would interact with Righteous Fire. It wouldn't, right? It doesn't work with Righteous Fire because you're not... The life loss is not a cost. Right? You're not spending life on it, which is why life tab doesn't activate. Right. Yeah, that makes sense. Dragon's Dogma was his baby. It's... I mean, I guess. Dragon's Dogma was really cool. I think it is a great game. But it wasn't particularly successful, and also was weird and jank. There's no dragon that mothers a dog, it's a ripoff. Well, LawyerDog has spoken. I'm kind of tempted to bind the one key, like the first slot life flask button, to something else. Just so I don't accidentally use the life flask that I'm using to give my explosions more damage. Guarded by a rogue Exile. Dead. Your flasks are A, W, E, mouse 5, and middle click. That does make sense. And you have your skills set to ASD and so on. Alright, I could do this. Set it up like this. So I can flame dash, but I still have easy access to SDFGTR. Wait. Oh, your flasks are AWE. Do you have Q set to anything then? Q is a macro that goes a blue, blue, blue. I didn't know you were a Iron Man player. Hardcore player, I should say. There we go. Look, I know this is a chill stream, but sun meditation is a little too chill for me at the moment. I'm trying to think of other, like, well-known game directors and such that, ooh, increased life and increased flask recovery rate. Spicy. I'm trying to think of other, like, big-name directors that just really wanted to work on some bullshit instead of the good thing that everyone likes. There will be wastes someday. Dread Thicket. There's no reason to visit the Dread Thicket on Act 1, right? Ooh, Superior Lightning Orb. Dread Thicket is always 50%. 50% what? Being frozen is so scary. Oh, right, there's a hideout in Dread Thicket in Act 1. Dread Thicket's been 50% since 2.0. 50% what? Give you wastes. I can't do that physically. That's up to you. Be the waste you want to see in the world. Hey, Vale side area, baby. Give me the spice. Give me a shield. I'm still using just a random ass shield that I got because it was a rainbow link. Oh wait, that totem shield. I could use that. Gives me life. Wait, what? I don't know how I rejoined Global. Global chat, that is. You have the sound on for Chance Orbs? I think so. I think the sound is determined by... Bro. The sound is determined by the weight in the filter, I think, and I'm just using normal... or no, I'm using semi-strict, I think, for leveling. Hey, I got a Veil Righteous Fire if you want. You have one you're using now in case... Hey, Chaos! Raw Chaos, baby! You have one that you're using now in case you want a button that just kills yourself. Great. Chance Orbs do not deserve the Chaos Orb sound. What you got against... What you got against Chaos or Chance Orbs? Chance Orbs are for buying like 5 gems and that's it. Yeah, well I don't have 5 Chance Orbs yet, so I need the sound effect. Make sure I can afford those 5 gems. Did LawyerDog go with the End My Suffering build? LawyerDog is going with the I want to almost die, but not quite build. So what Veil gems are, certain skills will have Veil versions of those skills. And so if you equip a Veil version of a gem, then you get access to the normal skill and to the Veil version of the skill. And as you kill enemies, you will gain charges of, like, your Veil skill will charge up. And once you have enough charges, then you can use the Veil version of the skill. The thing about the Veil version of the skill is that the Veil version of the skill behaves differently. And sometimes, such as in the case of Righteous Fire, it can be very dangerous to use the Veil version of the skill instead of the normal version of the skill. When you've got a skill as volatile as Righteous Fire, that skill doing anything except for the thing that you have planned for and, like, built around specifically can be pretty risky. Actually, I could go look at what Veil Righteous Fire does specifically right now. Veil Righteous Fire sacrifices a portion of your life and energy shield to engulf you in magical fire that rapidly burns nearby enemies for a duration. Your spell damage is increased while under this effect. It uses 60% of your HP, which is a lot. Yeah, so regular Righteous Fire deals 35% of your maximum life as base fire damage per second. Veil Righteous Fire sacrifices 60% of your total energy shield immediately, and then deals 120% of sacrificed energy shield and life as fire damage per second. Which is a lot. Veil Righteous Fire does 90% of your life, 70% of your energy shield, but it does it as fire damage. Veil does straight up 60%. Yeah, just like a flat, like, 60% of your life. No matter what kind of mitigation you got, just 60%. Bam, gone. Considering that LawyerDog is already having enough trouble maintaining... Similar to Dread Thicket in that way, it's always 60%. The fuck are you talking about, Dread Thicket 50%? Actually, let me check something real quick here. Oh, my computer did not like me opening up the start menu. Alright, here we go. Da-da-da. So... rename that to that. Is it still doing the thing? Oh? They may have changed it. They may have made it so I can do the thing again. Hang on. Site settings? Oh, okay. Alright, so that's still set up like that. Hey! I think... Hey, LawyerDog, do you want to do a voice chat? We'll see if it actually works, but maybe.
I'm currently on fire.
Well, that's what you want.
I signed up for this.
Alright, let me turn the music down. Burn to the ground! Alright, can you guys hear Dog?
I need to turn off your stream.
That makes sense. Dog is audible. I don't know when web captioners started letting me use chrome2.exe again, but it has. So now I can have multiplayer captioner once again.
Oh, babe.
Very exciting.
That's 2 captioners for the price of 1 captioner.
Hell yeah. Alright, so now, if I click back into the game, my captioner still works, and I assume that yours still will.
Probably.
The captioners start acting weird when I am like changing windows a lot. Like sometimes if I open like 5 new windows, then the captioner stops updating or something. I don't know. I have a lot of programs for streaming.
Better a program than a congram, that's what I always say.
Oh. What about an engram?
Never.
Not a Destiny 2 fan, huh?
Never.
Have you actually tried Destiny 2?
Never.
It's pretty cool. I think it would be a good time, like, getting a crew and just co-op playing the main campaign story stuff.
Not until they put in that one line about the wizard that came from the moon.
They
took
did.
out that line. It's fucked up.
They put it back in somewhere. The wizard who came from the moon is in Destiny 2 somewhere.
They like redid the line or something.
Yeah, they changed it, and everyone was fucking pissed. So they didn't change that specific line back to that, but they put the line somewhere else.
Not good enough.
You're just looking for an excuse.
I am. You're right.
And I would love to do, like, Halo campaign multiplayer, but geez, 130 gigabytes is so much.
That's several.
Just let me install Halo 1 at a time. What level are you?
45.
Nice.
The classic level that everyone loves.
It's the funny number that everyone thinks is hilarious, actually.
They really do, though. My gear is so garbage.
My gear is also pretty bad.
Do you want to see my shield at level 45?
Oh, you want to see my shield? It's a control click to link, right? Control alt click. There it is.
Yeah.
There it is. Oh wait, no, it didn't go to guild chat. Hang on. There it is.
The fuck? Use a transmute orb on it at least. Do something.
I keep forgetting.
That's fucked up. I wasn't expecting a fucking white item.
Yeah. You shouldn't. You shouldn't expect white item because it's incorrect to do.
You could have crangled it at least.
Oh, I could crangle it. Over 100 gigs is a small price to pay for getting to play as Arbiter. See, we have a bandwidth, we have a data cap. So if just me and LawyerDog installed Halo on PC, that would be over a quarter of our monthly allotment of data gone.
Sure would be.
Data caps are the worst, you're right. We recently got our speeds upgraded by like 100 megabytes a second download.
That was a funny prank they did. I think I still need to reset their hour to actually get that.
Oh. Well, don't do it right now.
I gotta do it right now, so I don't
I'd rather
forget.
you didn't. Did I miss any quests in the last area? Fucking... Which is the quest button? I can never remember. J? No. You. Talk to Helene in your hideout. Go unlock the menagerie. Doesn't seem like I missed anything important. And, like, we could remove the data cap in theory, but it's $50 extra.
Yeah.
And
It is cash money.
I would pay for that myself, but $50 actual is like 50% of my expected monthly income.
You're totally into paying it before it was actual dollars. They unfortunately do not accept RuneScape bucks.
I'm fucking broke as far as RuneScape is concerned. I can't even refill the funds for miscellanea. My kingdom is going broke because I am personally broke. Spell damage. Oh, I got a Veil Molten Shell. Ooh. I'm not putting a sub 10% gem into the guild stash. Do any of these other random gems have quality? I got a superior bismuth flask, though.
I'm to cause problems for my future self by wearing an amulet that gives me hella stats.
Nice.
That I'll have to replace eventually, and then no longer have stats.
It's gonna work out great.
Gonna be perfect.
Oh, we have the mine mask. That's what that is. Stone of Laswar. Alright, that's cast speed.
Yeah. I just put that in there. It's brand new.
Spicy. I'm gonna take this Troll Timber Spire Cedar Tower Shield because it gives
That's
me a bunch
better
of
than
life.
what you're wearing, for sure, for sure.
Gives me a bunch of life, baby.
It gives you more than literal nothing.
Hey, the other one was giving me like 63 armor. No, not even. This gives 17 armor, 17 evasion rating, 24% chance to block.
That's pretty good.
It's pretty cool if you think about it. Oh, actually, hey, you want this? Hang on. I got a pretty cool Krangle on this ring.
No.
Not
Those
good
numbers
enough.
are all so low.
This iron ring was found in the Flooded Strand, I think.
Requires level 4.
Mm-hmm.
That's an impressive ring you got there.
Oh, yeah, you know.
For a baby.
Oh, you turn it back on me. One of my favorite things about playing Ranger is easy access to movement speed nodes.
I wish that was me.
I mean, Shadows starts just north of Ranger.
Yeah, but I don't have an excuse to go down there. I'm already struggling.
Life nodes, baby. Ranger has more than than fucking Shadow does.
There's probably better pathing I could do or something.
Yeah, maybe. You could convert your Righteous Fire to Chaos damage somehow. You got plenty of Chaos damage down here.
Boy, howdy.
I don't know how much of it is raw Chaos damage, though, and how much of it is poison specific.
Scepter is stupid. I think it's significantly better than what I have going on right now.
Did you Krangle it?
I did. I'm a spellcaster that's gonna use a 49% reduced spell damage scepter.
Yikes.
That's a funny prank.
Does spell damage actually affect Righteous Fire?
No, it doesn't.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, that seems perfect then.
It gives me 700 more damage, baby. That's
Sick.
10%.
Tooltip DPS for my Poisonous Concoction is 243.
You can shotgun with that though, can't you?
Yeah.
You'll never know what your damage is.
No, not even a little. I mean, at least I can
Well, you'll know a little.
I'll know if a piece of gear makes the number go up or not. As long as it's not something that reduces the number of projectiles or something. Oh, we're starting to find giant flasks now.
Wow.
Give me the giant life flask. I need it for my damage. Initially, I thought, like, oh man, I don't need a weapon. I just need to make sure that my flask heals for a lot of life. That seems way more reasonable. And then I realized that it not perfect system because I forgot about shit like killing the necromancer master lady in order to get access to 30% flask quality recipes and shit like that.
Hey, howdy.
There's so many fucking mechanics in this game.
There's a lot.
So I was thinking like, oh, this seems way simpler than a lot of the other builds that I was looking at. And then listening to someone talk about it, and they were just like, yeah, I'm just gonna I'm just gonna farm this specific delirium encounter, trying to farm for specific cluster jewels. But you can only get the cluster jewels that you're looking for if you're within a certain level range. So I actually leveled myself down a couple of times while farming for this, and I was like, oh god, what are you talking about?
Bitch, what the fuck?
Apparently he de-leveled himself 5 times to keep himself at level 72 to get, like, specific cluster jewel drops.
That's some fucked up shit right there.
He also got to level 90 on the first day of the league.
They are simply built different.
They really... It is... it is truly unbelievable. Ooh, Superior Grand Life Flask. Don't actually care about it because it's grand and not giant, but that's something.
Typical.
Yeah, it gotta be big, man. Oh, right, Tolman's Bracelet gives me the keys to the sewer. I remember how Act 3 goes. Grace, Grace, Grace. Alright, I should go back and check to see.
Why are you using Vitality on your dude anyway?
It was just a survivability holdover until I got Grace.
Like putting orange juice in your cereal until you get milk.
I mean, not exactly.
Nah, exactly. It's 1-to-1.
I disagree. Alright. Alright, this might be good, actually. It wasn't, but it could have been.
Could have been.
Where's the essences?
Just imagine.
Just imagine if it were good, instead of not good. I am level 35 and below. Alright. Give me maximum life, baby. That's... well, That life roll is so low.
We ain't got no clothes on.
I was wearing this Bramblejack, but... Ooh, increased attack speed. But I kind of need those sockets. I mean, I could... This does have evasion, so I could get some decent greens off of it. 25 more chromatics. There we go. I think the defenses are overall worse, but it's going to help my socket situation. %10 movement speed. I already got that.
It's nothing.
How about these boots? 15% move speed. But no life
Now
on
we're
them.
talking.
My current boots give me 7.3 life regen.
That's not a lot. That's a low number.
It is a low number, but it's better than no life or no life like no
You have
life and no life
vitality.
regen. I was just about to switch off of vitality to switch to grace.
Just don't get hit then. It's the whole point of grace.
It's true. Alright. We'll put vitality away. Put these move boots into guild stash. Put this good old bramble jack. Prism Weave adds a bunch of elemental damage to my attacks, which I can't use.
You don't even know what an attack is.
Well, no. Poisonous Concoction is an attack, but I have the support that makes it deal more chaos but no element.
Is that good?
Yeah, because Poisonous Concoction is all chaos damage, because it's poison.
Yeah, but added damage though.
But it's not... it's not enough.
I think it's enough.
Supported skills deal 23% more chaos damage. It's got the M word in it.
That seems like you could have something better.
Probably not. Also, I fucked up. I can't actually wear the 15% boots, because my old boots have added intelligence, and I need intelligence, because I'm dumb.
Fucked up.
Hargan, you gonna go tell me to find something in the sewers? Wow. Okay. Let's go back to Act 2 and see if I missed any gems. Act 2 got fucking no gems these days. Damn.
It really doesn't.
Alright. Used to be I could go to Act 2, I could get all kinds of gems.
I think my Poe crashed.
What'd you do?
Tried to go through a portal.
You fool. Everyone knows that crashes the game.
Ah, beans.
Yep, you are now offline.
Well,
Oh yeah, Plague Bearer! Yeah!
my favorite kind of bear.
Give me the Plague Bearer. Anything else I can get that I care about at the moment? Purity of Elements? Apparently. Grace, Purity of Elements, Malevolence, Explosive Concoction, Despair. I don't. I'm never actually going to manually cast Despair. I'm not gonna get that. I know myself well enough to say that ain't happening. I am going to hit these gloves with the chromatic orbs until I get a green socket, so I can equip Plague Bearer.
You're a fucking demon. Using chromatics on a one-slot item?
Yeah.
You kidding me?
Yeah,
what
baby.
The fuck? What the actual fuck?
I needed the green socket.
Just use a jeweler orb on it. You'll probably get a green socket.
It was a pure red item. The chances of getting the green socket was
buy new gloves from the store. Anything but using a chromatic on a one-slot item.
Sounds like you don't approve of my methods.
I don't.
Oh. Oh, I see. 50% and 50% does equal 100%. You're right.
What was your plan there?
I forgot that Purity of Elements was 50%. 25%? Can I survive off of having 75% reserved with this build? Guess we'll find out.
It's very bad if you need to use flasks a lot. It's fine otherwise.
Right. I have a thing that gives me a bunch of mana on hit. And even against single enemies, I'm hitting multiple times because of the multiple flasks being thrown. So it should be fine. I also super keep forgetting to go into Krangleverse.
I haven't had that problem at all, ever. I've had no issues with Krangleverse and the associated mechanics with it.
You definitely didn't forget to get the item.
I didn't forget to get the item. The NPC never spawned and I didn't know there was an item.
I have no idea how that would, like... How did it just not spawn?
He just didn't show up.
He was gonna show up.
I went and looked up more about the league because I was thinking, what the fuck is with this league? It's so nothing early on. And I had to go back to Act 1 and he showed up the second time.
He took a day off, obviously.
But he can just not show up, and there's also zero failsafe for that.
Yeah, but once he does show up, you can get, like, enough of the Blood Crucible from him to crash the game. Because you get the Blood Crucible from him, and then you drop it, and then you get another one, and you drop it. And you do that until the game crashes.
Cool.
Yeah, just for fun. If you're interested.
You can Krangle your whole game.
Yeah. I should actually read the exact wording on Plague Bearer. Gain an incubating buff, adding it to its plague value as you inflict poisons. Use the skill again to begin infecting, dealing chaos damage over time to nearby enemies until the plague value is depleted. Your damage modifiers don't apply to the skill's damage. Using the skill again alternates between incubating and infecting. Wait, so... I want it alternating because if it'll do it by itself, that seems great. That seems perfect. But I'm not sure if it is incubating or not. Okay, so I have that many. Okay, each button alternates. Got it.
Wow, you have so many thousands of that thing.
Yeah, I get more of it as I inflict poisons, and then I can activate it to start poisoning things nearby. But I'm not exactly sure at what point I should switch between one or the other.
Those numbers sure be numbering, I gotta say.
Yep. Because sometimes I want to be building up the number, because otherwise I run out of the number, because I can't generate the number while I'm using the number. It does seem to be killing dudes when I actually use it, though. A little complicated. There really do be mechanics in this game.
Some might say there's a little too many.
There might be a couple too many mechanics in the game. Especially as you start getting towards the end game. Are you excited to start doing the Atlas again? An intimidating number of mechanics. See, when you're just playing through the story, like the way that the game introduces new mechanics generally works out pretty well, because it's just like, as you're playing through the acts, it's like, hey, in this act, you start finding Einhar around, and it tells you, like, it gives you some little help pop-ups about how Einhar's stuff works. But then you will find Einhar for the rest of the game, and you will find new mechanics in addition to Einhar every act, and usually you'll get multiple new mechanics every act. And then by the end of the game, there's a bunch of mechanics that start showing up when you're doing maps that didn't show up at all during the main portion of the game. And a lot of mechanics, like, will give you access to different ways to modify your items. And there's a lot of fucking ways to modify your items. Some of them are extremely good, and like you basically shouldn't be doing anything else until you have that mechanic going for you. But how would you know? Like harvest mechanics. Harvest mechanics are fucking busted, but I don't think you find any harvest thing.
Harvest is fake, that's not a real thing.
Harvest is so busted. Because
They
Harvest...
took out Brandis, you know.
Is Brandis completely gone now?
Brandis is fucking gone.
What? That's probably a good thing, but... Because it was, like, either... With Parandus, okay, for context. Parandus was a League mechanic where sometimes you would just find money. Which was weird, because, like, what? Just coins? Just dollar bills, y'all? But the only use for these coins was to buy items from an NPC that would show up named Parandus. And what item he sold, like what item he had for sale, was random. So sometimes you would just find Parandus and, oh, his item is a fucking, like, a stack of 3 chance orbs. I'm not going to go back to my base to go get the coins and bring them back here. Oh, really?
Now chance orbs aren't good enough for you,
I'm not gonna use a portal when I'm mapping for chance orbs. When I'm going through the story, I'll pick up chance orbs.
Me and Kadira are on a first name basis. We're homies.
But yeah, so Parandus, it ended up being like Parandus was a really rare thing to show up, so sometimes you would just get Parandus coins from something. And then you just never find Parandus, ever. So the coins do nothing.
There's a lot of League mechanics like that now.
I can't think of any that are as explicitly parasitic. I mean,
Metamorph,
warbands?
I think, is the worst offender.
What was that?
Metamorph, I think, is the worst offender.
I don't know. I feel like the Metamorph shows up enough that it doesn't feel as bad as something as Parandus.
Parandus feels better because at least it's your buddy Parandus coming up.
That's true. But with
like, Metamorph comes up way more, but accomplishes exactly as much nothing.
So with Metamorph, you get the stuff that you need for Metamorph in the map that you find the ability to use the stuff. Like, it's self-contained. You do get the, like,
rewards
the unique...
are hot garbage.
Are they?
Yeah. The good rewards for Metamorph are from doing the big Metamorphs in the lab, which completely suck to do.
Yeah, Metamorph was definitely too hard for the rewards. I don't know, I have a very poor sense of what mechanics are actually worth doing, other than the fact that heists are very much worth doing, except I hate it.
You need to spend like several extra hours collecting all the Metamorph stuff instead of just skipping it, and in return your reward is like one chance at an enemy that one-shots you.
Yeah, that's fair.
Meanwhile, Piranha's just like, hey, I got this cool item. You can't afford it, but you can look at it.
Hey.
You say, well, okay, Piranha, see you later, I guess. And then you're done.
Hey, look, an Exalted Orb. Do you have enough coins? Not in a million years will you ever have enough coins for this Exalted Orb. But I have it.
Well, sometimes you just gotta play a tower defense.
Blight. I don't think I have ever successfully completed a Blight map. Or a Blighthead map.
They're such a pain.
They're such a pain, they're so hard. So many builds are just so extremely bad at doing it. Trying to do a blighted map with a flicker strike build, just like, alright, goodbye thing that I'm supposed to be defending, I'm going away now. I'm gonna go crowd surf this train of idiots while I lose.
Can't believe Hat's not a big enough gamer.
Not a big enough gamer to complete a blighted map. You complete a blighted map! You make fun of my gamer status when you manage to complete a fucking 15-minute tower defense with enemies that are way too strong. And it wasn't even... I don't even remember them dealing, like, too much damage. It's just that they all had a quadrillion life.
They have so much life, and because of that, there ends up being, like, 20,000 stacked on top of each other, so they'll deal a lot of damage.
Yep. It's tough. The rewards for doing Blight stuff is good, like... Anointing amulets is really powerful, but it's hard and it sucks.
The secret to a lot of the mechanics is you shouldn't interact with them.
Yeah, but like, again, one of the most worthwhile mechanics to interact with is heists.
No, it's not worth it.
There are so many extremely powerful things that Heist offers that you can only get from Heists.
Still not worth it. So that means you have to do a heist.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing, is like, doing heists fucking sucks, but mechanically, it is literally a good idea to do them if you can stomach doing them.
Only do cool stuff.
Like what?
I don't know. Finding another way because your bridge is blocked. No fucking way you got a strict filter on. You kidding me? Your inventory's fucking full.
It's
semi-strict?
Yeah.
No way. Your inventory is full as hell.
I picked up a bunch of garbage because maybe...
Yeah, because the filter showed you the garbage because it ain't strict at all.
They were low lit. I just picked them up anyways.
You gotta get that gluten-free filter.
45 life? Oh. My current belt is a rare. Or a magic. Get out of here.
Better, probably.
Because this one is, like... math. It's like 10 more life. Vaguely. But this one also has resists. And resists are pretty cool. What mastery do I want from this? Plague Bearer. Oh! I did not actually realize how the mastery thing works. And how multiple clusters share the same pool of passive abilities. That's neat.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
It has to be poisons you inflict deal damage faster, right? Seems
No.
way better.
Plague Bearer has increased maximum plague value. I just need to actually use Plague Bearer more. Gems. Oh, that...
Maximum value is 1,000,000. You were hitting like 4,000.
But I'm not gonna glass blower a giant flask.
Okay, well it's 1,000,000 at level 20,
Right.
but at level like 10, it's 100,000. You were barely getting to 4,000, buddy.
Yeah, increase maximum life recovered. Removes life recovered when used, but I don't think that poisonous concoction counts as a use. Guess we'll find out. Oh, I thought that was Veil Grace, and I was like, oh, damn. Veil Purity of Ice. Get out of here.
Hell yeah, purity of ice.
I
You
assume
want
that
impure ice?
you are living the purity of fire life now and forever and ever. Ooh. Yeah, I think I just need to get better at using the Plague Bearer thing. All right. Krangleverse. Oh boy, my Iron Ring is ready. Wow.
Boy. Are you putting like negative item level -3 in there?
I just haven't been really putting anything. I got like 6 rings extremely early on, and I have just been putting those in there.
You're crangling nothing right now. It's fucked up.
I need to find a thing to crangle.
Gotta have a crangle ready to go.
I should. You're right.
Put in one of the items you're wearing. This is your cost you must pay now.
Is that just flat life from that? Ah, there it is. Increased mana reservation efficiency of skills. I see. Alright, let's get flat life here first. Then we'll go get the thing that lets me actually use more auras. Okay, so my current maximum Plague Bearer is 7,083. Kind of seems like I'm gonna need some better stuff to really get a lot of value out of the Plague Bearer. Because it seems like it's still just faster to blast dudes at the moment. How is it exactly that Plague Bearer gets the... 20% less damage with poison while incubating and not at maximum plague value. While infecting, deals chaos damage per second equal to 12% of the plague value when infecting began. Oh, okay. So you don't start infecting until you're capped out, and then you don't toggle it. You just let it go, and then... Okay. Hey, Colossal Flask!
I think you do need to toggle it.
I mean, you toggle it, but you don't feather it, I guess. Because the damage that it deals is based off of the maximum, like, the amount that you had when you started using it. So you let it build, and then you let it go, and then you let it build and let it go. Oh, that's why. That's why I've been kind of zoning out a little bit. I'm hungry. I'm gonna go grab a snack. I'll be right back. I'm back. Well, sorry, I'm not quite back. I'm back at my desk, but I do need to finish this sweet and salty nut bar. Okay. Can't believe Dog just abandoned you all like that. But in reality, it was I who caused him to abandon you because I offered him TGI Fridays, cheddar and bacon, potato skin style chip thing. Because I find them to be kind of rare, and I like them. LawyerDog did not like them. Which, can't say I entirely blame him. The bacon aspect is a lot more powerful than I recall. Going insane trying to balance power, coal, and concrete management. You'll be fine. You got nothing to worry about. Do I want that? I think I want this stuff first. Chaos damage over time. Aura stuff. Yeah, I definitely want the aura stuff. I can't recall ever having a ton of trouble balancing any, like, physical resources. My problem is always balancing fluids. Yeet. Arrow Nova, Shield Charge, Minion Speed, Spark, and Deadly Ailments. Driftwood Mall. Could put this in the Cruise. You can feel the light inside you fade. Well, that's not good. But I don't think shoving a flashlight up in there is gonna solve the problem either, so I don't know what to tell you. You have two giant sky bridges because the animals kept making things a pain in the mate to make. Oh boy. I mean, that's one way to solve it. I don't know if I would call it a good way to solve it, but it's a way to solve it, alright. I want more pretzel chips and hummus, damn it. I was gonna have some pretzel chips and hummus as my snack, but that always takes a little bit to actually eat. Oh my god, I've already been going for almost 4 hours. Path of Exile, you time vampire. Although I guess that is part of what makes these games like Satisfactory and Path of Exile and Factorio and all that kind of stuff. That's what makes these games good, chill out kind of games. Because Path of Exile and Satisfactory and Factorio all have somewhat similar patterns of like active brain use. So as you're playing Path of Exile, you know, especially if you're playing it with a guide, it's like you level up and, you know, you already kind of know where you're going to put your point, so you don't have to think too hard about that. The quests don't involve like anything too complicated or too difficult to figure out. Probably need intelligence more than anything else. What happened there? So, you're actively playing and you've got just enough brain power going that you're making sure that you're killing enemies, at least somewhat effectively. You're making sure that you're not dying. But beyond that, the moment-to-moment thought isn't huge. But then you have a moment where you realize that your gear is unbalanced. Like, oh, I was getting intelligence from this necklace, and now I found an upgrade for the necklace, but I can't take the necklace off because I need to find more intelligence from somewhere else. Is there anywhere that I can find the intelligence from, and so on and so forth. And that kind of moment, of like, oh, I'm really thinking, I'm putting a whole lot of brain power into figuring out my gear at this moment. It's the same kind of moment as when you're building a factory and you go from having been like mindlessly placing things, like you already know ahead of time kind of where things are going to end up going, and so a lot of time is spent kind of mentally idle while you are actually going through the process of putting all of the things in place. And so that kind of idle, that mentally idle moment is similar to just as you're progressing through a stage, an area, a map, or whatever in here in Path of Exile. So, same kind of thing in Factorio, where it's just like, I know, alright, I'm going to spend this moment figuring out what I need to do, and then as soon as I actually start doing it, brain shuts off a little bit. Maybe you're thinking ahead, maybe you're kind of figuring out, thinking about like, oh, alright, so I need to be keeping an eye out for gear with these kinds of stats. Or, hey, I know that I'm gonna need to go tap another source of iron ore in order to be able to fuel this new section of factory that I'm building. So I'm thinking about like, do I know where there are any good sources of iron ore? How am I going to set that up? Am I going to have all of the ore shipped over here, or am I going to have all of the ore smelted over there? If I'm going to have the ore smelted over there, am I going to also manufacture like basic level components over there, or am I just going to ship the iron ore over here and try and start feeding that, and so on and so on and so forth. But then in that kind of moment where you're thinking ahead and planning things out, you're probably still Excuse me. You're probably still actually doing stuff. You're not just standing still and thinking like, oh, okay, so I'm gonna do this, and then I'm gonna have these over here, and maybe I'll need to do this, and you're probably still, like, either finishing something that you were in the process of doing, or kind of subconsciously doing something, like, oh, maybe I'll be subconsciously putting all of my all of the resources that I accidentally picked up when I tore down something that I shouldn't have. Oh, I'm gonna go put those in a box while I'm thinking. Your thoughts aren't really in the moment on the actions that you're taking within the game. Your brain is still somewhere else. The sockets suck, but otherwise those are pretty not bad. Evasion. I'll take these. Half tempted to let people join your factory so they can see the sheer fuckery. So, you know what? Here, since Burke has really had his mind on factory stuff, he's been thinking about it. Let me go kill this one guy that's at the top of these stairs. And then I'm gonna switch over to Satisfactory for a moment. Not for long. Gotcha. I done killed him. You have a special hatred towards compacted coal because you accidentally put a coal storage depot, and guess what? Compacted coal is not eligible to craft stuff with. Oh, yeah. Oops. Blade Flurry, Wild Strike, Explosive Concoction. Again? Wait. Wait, what? Oh, Explosive Concoction uses elemental stuff, not poison stuff. Oh, okay. Okay. I see. I'll take Explosive Concoction, but I'm not going to use it. Alright. And then... I'll hold on to that. Actually, I'll use that there. Yeah. My mind is already on Satisfactory. I'm gonna sort through this later. Oh wait, I will put this point right there. Okay. Alright, let's... I do have Satisfactory updated, right? I do, okay. Da-da-da. October 20th, Burke played Satisfactory for the first time. And then it was all over. Yeah, played Satisfactory for the first time on the 20th. It is now the 25th. He has 53 hours in it. It really do be like that. I think the game is like crack. Yeah, it sure is. I need to resize this window. Oh dang, LawyerDog went to bed. He didn't even tell me. Well, he told me on Discord, but I wasn't checking Discord. Alright. Zoop. And then... where is Spotify? Spotify, scoot that back down. Alright, I need to resize the window. Wait. Windowed. Ba-ba-ba. There we go. Alright, so we have some idle players, because I was doing multiplayer stuff. We have this fun thing. Asp went around and replaced all of the power lines. I think literally every power line in the entire factory with Christmas light power lines. What the hell's this? Oh, it's just a snow machine, just for funsies. Alright, so over here we have some biofuel burners to kickstart the coal factories in case... Oh my god. Snowman. Asp did a lot of decorating around here. A lot of decorating that I was not aware of. Because I was gonna check out all of the work that he did the next time that we played multiplayer Satisfactory, but then they all got super busy with project work. So all of this stuff over here was Christmas stuff. And then you can kind of see off in the distance there some big old factory buildings. Actually, let's go check those out. Because that's the stuff that I worked the most on. Oh, did I die? What? Why do I not have go fast shoes? Where's my shoes? Where's all my stuff? What happened? Oh my god. The snow. There we go. Wait, give me the legs. There we go. There we go. Now we're moving. Love the giant floating Christmas present. Yeah, we... Oh my god. It got stuck on a snowman. A lot of Christmas presents ended up stuck over there. So during the Fixmas event, you would get these giant Christmas presents that would drop from the sky, and then you would pick them up, and they would give you presents, and then the presents you would use to make Christmas trees, which generate presents over time, and then you turn the presents into ornaments, and so on and so forth. It's a whole factory thing on its own. Alright, so this was my project as far as multiplayer stuff went. I didn't actually finish building the walls on that building. I was going to. That one was supposed to end up looking like that one, but oops. Autosave. Come on. Come on. Let me on top of the assembler. So yeah, we had all of these trees feeding into these machines to build components that would go into these assemblers. Why are these disconnected? I don't even remember. So we had like bundles of ornaments. We had some copper being shipped in from somewhere else. And then inside the buildings, oh my god, there's snow here too. Yeah, he really did put Christmas lights on every single power line. That's amazing. So, inside, we had Christmas trees feeding into these things, which make the gifts, and then the gifts would be converted into ornaments, and the ornaments would be made into bundles of ornaments and bows and candy canes and all kinds of shit. And the final product was... Woo! Wonder Stars. And the stars were like the most difficult component of the whole event to make, because they needed all of that to feed one machine that made stars. Extremely envious of that layout. It's less efficient than it looks. All of this. But I wanted some of the... I wanted... Originally, my intent was that all of my Fixmas factory stuff would be contained within one building. And then it's like, oh, this isn't enough. I need another building. And then I built the other building, and as I was like building the stuff inside the building, I was like, oh, all of this stuff is gonna need to go outside to be able to continue to make all the stuff, so it didn't exactly shake out. But it was fun, though. Alright, where's the cube? Oh, is this the, Wait, what's this building? Where's the cube? Was that in a different save? Surely not. No, I think the cube is behind here. No? Oh, no, yeah, that is a different save, I guess. Huh. Was that this one? You saw Factory. I know. It was supposed to just be a quick little tour to show Burke my cube. Look, maybe we'll be able to start doing some multiplayer Satisfactory stuff with the next major update, assuming that doing so would not be a criminal crime against the project. Oh, this seems more familiar. Yep, this seems more familiar, alright. So, I made this happen. This was fun. So, what this situation is, you know, you probably recognize this area. This is, let me just, yep, there's the big arc over there. Expected to exit experimental by the end of November. Oh, so we'll be just in time to get back to. We'll start playing once Fixmas starts happening again. So yeah, these 3 iron nodes. I decided that I wanted these 3 iron nodes to feed into an entirely vertical production. So they did. So this building is all smelters, and all of the smelters feed down into these conveyors, which ship iron ingots into this monstrosity, which is all, like, tier 1 basic materials. Organized disorder. Yeah. Oh shit, no, we can't look over that direction yet. But I was a big fan of stacked conveyor belts, as you can see. A whole lot of vertical conveyors. I think that building is actually finished, but it just doesn't look finished from over here. That's all copper production. More copper production over there. Got some coal factories. Did you hear about zooping? What is zooping? Had to restart the captioner there. Alright. So. I'm gonna turn to the right. Over here. And you're gonna see the cube. Actually, no, we should see the cube from up close. This is the mini cube. This was the OG cube. And this building is, like, the original reason why all of these conveyor belts are weirdly stacked like that. I just remembered that I need to find a way to get down from here. I don't have any stuff. Did I build a jelly around anywhere? No. Can I survive if I land on one of the jump platforms? Let's find out. Hey! Perfect. So let's check out this building. So this building is the sushi belt. This building is like the greatest crime against factories that I committed. So originally, this belt had everything. Everything went onto this belt. And all of the things would go into this building, all on the same belt. and they would be every single item would be sorted off by smart splitters into these assemblers and manufacturers and so on. And then they would be fed out here into the storage containers. So these storage containers did not feed back into the system. The whole point of this situation was I just wanted to like have a system where I was filling up at least one storage container of every object. You can click drag stuff like foundations and walls and then zoop. Oh shit! That's great! Being able to build like multiple foundations and walls in a row is something that I really wanted for the game for a while now. Alright, so that was the sushi belt. And then I iterated. I evolved the sushi belt process. Hang on. What button is it to go into photo mode? P. And then we'll crank up the FOV. So now we have the iterated version of the sushi belt. We have the cube. There we go. Every single one of these conveyor belts along the walls of the cube is one item, and each of the items over here would either be filtered into storage containers, which is that gigantic stack of storage containers over there, or if they, if there was no space on the storage container, if there was no space in the storage containers, then they would be filtered back into the cube. And then, since they would keep looping around and around and around, if there were ever so many items that items were getting backed up in this part of the cube, like this area right here, then once they start getting backed up, they would be split off by these smart splitters, and all of them would be fed down here into the awesome sink. As you can see, it does work. We do have objects being split off of the cube into the awesome sink. We have gotten a lot of coupons. But yeah, this was my masterpiece of factory building. And this is why ASP does all of the factory building when we play multiplayer now. This is why I'm not allowed to build factories anymore. Oh yeah, some of the ladders don't work as intended. Yeah, I was real into vertical vertical situations. Oh yeah, I also had these fun little tubes for accessing different levels of the sushi belt building. And anything that was getting put along the sushi belt that didn't get filtered off onto something else originally came up here into another awesome sink. I don't remember why they don't anymore. Maybe it's just because all of the items are actually getting used. Oh. Oh, right. So I stopped playing on this file once I got to aluminum stuff, aluminum foil, and all that. I don't know. Do I have a car somewhere around here? The Explorer is off this way somewhere, and I don't know where I have my pants in this zone, so... Two major features of the new update are a million different quality of life features for building, and then making trains good. Hey! How exciting. Hopefully the trains actually work in multiplayer, if that's the case. Alright, so here's the start of this situation. So over here we have a train station. Aluminum is the place where people go, nope, I'm out. Yeah, aluminum's tough, because you have to go real far to get aluminum. And it's a complicated process. So we got this train station. So if we follow this rail... Oh yeah, I also made some walkways that I was pretty proud of around here. Oh, they got handrails and everything. I did enjoy building like self-contained factory buildings. This is all just copper stuff. The weirdest cool features that they made it sound is that they made it so foundations and catwalks snap to all those weird walkable parts built into the factory machines. Oh! Cool. So, that train station was originally designed to be my way of getting Bohite all the way back to base. And I may have made some mistakes. I may have attempted to play God a little bit, because I wanted so badly to get the bauxite back to base with a train. So we got another station right here, and then using some clever placements of foundations, I made this. Imagine this thing with train derailing. Is that a thing now? Can trains derail? That doesn't sound good. Only if they crash into other trains. Oh, okay. Yeah, this would be a single train system, I believe. You go flying off the tracks. Does, like, everything in the train explode or something? Hup, 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 hup. I do really love the design of the space elevator, and how, like, naturally you're gonna build your space elevator close to the core of your base. And so you just naturally end up with this thing that you can see from so far away. It's weirdly easy to put back on tracks through magic. Huh. Alright, so... here we are at, Quartzburg. So for quartz, I just made a very long conveyor belt, which we can... Well, you guys saw the conveyor belt alongside this this train track, but the train continues to go. Yeah, Asp made AI, like, Asp designed an AI specifically to figure out factory ratios and efficiencies for him. He is beyond us. Asp is on an entirely different level of factory. And, appropriately, the AI is basically impossible for anyone but him to use. So, here is the end of the train tracks. And here's my bauxite mine. As you can see, both unfinished, unconnected, abandoned. Abandoned like the slime you are. So, yep, this factory, I'm pretty sure this factory was entirely solo. And then the Christmas factory is the one that was basically entirely multiplayer. Actually, I feel like there was at least one really cool thing to show off in the multiplayer game. Oh, right. Lago's Power Factory was really great. But yeah, Satisfactory multiplayer is definitely something that I'm going to return to at some point. Once I can bring the gang back together. Oh, the tube! Yeah, the tube! The Uber tube. So many... Asp, you did an impossibly good job at decorating the factory. I cannot imagine how long it took you to convert all of the lights and then add fucking snow everywhere. It's so good. Oh yeah, this building, I'm pretty sure this building was entirely Asp. Or no, maybe... I think I was involved with this building at least a little bit. I don't recall for sure. Oh shit. Do I have the running legs? Oh, right. Earlier save. Alright. So, the beginning of the tube journey begins here. So, we got this basic-ass tube. It just takes us over here. It takes us over to the coal factories. Nothing special. You know, it's fine. Take this tube. Oh, right. Slinko's extremely good, definitely not aneurysm-inducing fucking ramp. Alright. So we just had some iron stuff going on over there. Yeah, the wall to... Hang on. Since you can turn around in tubes. Because of the positioning of this tube, I had to build this wall so you did not get yoked across this entire valley anytime you used this tube. I think that's our sulfur? Alright, so this goes to the power factory. And it is very cool. Also, you may notice me building concrete walkways between everything because I wanted nothing more than for all concrete foundations across the entire map. I want all of them to align. So if you were to build something somewhere else, you gotta have the foundation over there so that way your foundations at the new thing line up. Your friend built a tube that was facing opposite of your tube, coming down a huge mountain, so you got spat out of your tube into their tube at high speed, up a spiral, and then slammed into the ground at terminal velocity. Great. Oh wait, no, this is the Oilgun Trail. This is the Uber tube, I think. I thought this was the tube that led to the power factory, but I guess not. So as you can see, this tube just continues going. Woo! So, before I built this tube, oh my god! Oh my god! He built another giant Fixbus tree! Oh, that's so good! So, all of this is oil and oil products. This is, out of everything that Asp did, I think this is Asp's true victory. His true accomplishment, in a way. Because look at this! Oh right, I had that giant ladder over there so I could, let's see. Yeah, this is also all of the oil generators. Like, anything that has anything to do with oil was over here. There's more oil over here? Is that new? Is that a new oil patch? So I built this fucking snake eater ladder so that I could get a good view. It's like, look at that, man. Fucking crazy. Oh, hang on. Large bug on my wall. Dead. Might be that there was so much oil that you didn't need it. That also makes sense. Your only regret was that it wasn't indoors. Oh god. I think there was also some stuff like on the rocks way up here that I built this ladder to access. Yeah, way off in the distance you can see the tube looping along the beach. Aw. Come on. There we go. The computer factory was eventually going to be enclosed. Yeah, that makes sense. Hang on, I wanna go see the coal power plants. Not these ones, the other ones. Woo! But yeah, like, I think I built hypertubes to basically every notable feature on the map. Or every notable thing that we had built. Okay, is this the turnoff to the power plant? It is! Oh, okay, here we go. So he's got all these water vacuum things, and then just like, oh my god, there's another Fixmas tree! Another snowman. Holy shit. Oh man, you put it up on a foundation and everything? It's so rad. Yeah, so we've got this big ass power area. Yeah, there's another tube that I could go check out. You're like, can't get these for another whole year, we'll miss Fixmas otherwise. Yeah. Was it that the trees stopped producing presents if Fixmas wasn't going? Was that the case? Alright. Gotta make sure I don't take the tube back to the Oilgun Trail. I think I ended up timing it, and it's like... It's several minutes to take... Or, I recall it being at least a minute and a half to take the tube all the way to the oil factory. Enjoy a nice cup of tea. Yeah, I don't know what happened to my cup. I don't know why I spawned in without an inventory. Like, one of the updates must have, like, reset everyone's inventories in multiplayer games? Or no, like, it must have reset everyone's inventories, period. Because even in the single-player game, it didn't. I think this was Dylan's? I think this was one of Dylan's things. Oh, space elevator parts. Okay, that makes sense. Oh yeah, let's take the tube that that brings us along Slinko's wild ride. Don't die. Okay. Where did the tubes start? Got the concrete stuff and the quartz stuff all over here, and some copper stuff. Alright. Slinko's Wild Ride is also a decent trip. Oh my god. They're everywhere. Oh, right. It takes you over to here, to this copper situation. Then you take another tube along the wild ride itself. So, pay attention to this, Alright, so up to this point, I'm pretty sure the foundations still follow the grid as established back at home base. But then... Hey there. But then something happens. Something terrible happens. Right here. And, well... The grid is not respected. And I found this very upsetting. You should have put the snowman right there. Yeah, you should have. No, you put the snowman on top of it, so it's harder to notice. Oh my god, another one. And so that whole situation exists entirely just to access this single quartz mine. Like, we don't even have both of the quartz sources over here tapped. It's just this one Mark I miner. And for that, this was made. Frames. Should be okay. Seems alright. I think I may have lost a few frames, but it should be okay. And then, woo! And then, I think I was planning on building a safety wall for that one, but never got around to it. Yeah, there's more stuff. We got factories all over the place. Whoop, autosave. So here's some copper stuff. I think this one may have been mine. I don't recall. Wait, are these coal factories? Oh, refineries. Right, to get the steam pressed. I think originally some of this copper stuff was mine, but then it was refitted to use the more efficient refinery recipes. Alright, so that tube is our next goal here. Shoop. Oh, there's my car. And I like how you can, like, occasionally just see factory stuff off in the distance as you take some of these tubes. Hey, buddy. Just a fun little sprinkling of snow here. So here's Steelberg. I wish it weren't nighttime right now. It's hard to see. Although the lights stand out a little better, so that's nice. So, I think this was also Asp. Because I think Asp may be here and in the valley. I think Asp is one of the only people that actually brings, like, crafting benches and equipment workshops with him. And then, over here... Oh. We got more! More snowmen, more factory. Was this the computer, the supercomputer zone? Yeah, the preserve. I was gonna go check that out here in a second. I just want to get up there. I want to see what's on the conveyor belts. You need to steal these factory ideas. That's the great thing about factory builders, is that there's so much personality in your creations. So over here, Power Slug was given a nice little preserve, just to make sure nobody bothers it. Supercomputers were at the oil factory. That makes sense. Conveyor belts. Ah, modular frames. Modular frames and rotors. And I think there was like one other little factory setup we had somewhere. Right, the Caterium. I think I did the Caterium stuff, if I recall correctly. I really like the spot where the Caterium is. I think that may be why I was so eager to go do it myself. It's because I like the little zone, because it's a little floating island where the actual Caterium source is. I should have taken the tube. I'm a fool! Did I have a tube to Caterium? I don't remember if I did, because I remember there's like a couple of stops along the way to the Caterium. Yeah, my car. Over there is the secret iron. Shh. Dude, there's my car. I vaguely remember being the one that actually used the cars the most. Everyone else just, like, ran around and used jetpacks and stuff. Oh yeah, here's the coal. Hey, Burke. You should use this coal deposit. It's really good. The fuck is this? Oh, I think this is copper stuff. I think this was also one of mine. Because I remember driving myself absolutely bananas trying to make sure the lines lined up with each other. Because the way that, like, the game determined where the line shows up was really weird. The barren field where the trains were going to be before it turned out the trains were broken. Yeah. Speaking of train... fuck was being made here? AI limiters. Oh, right, because it used copper and caterium. I really like how the Explorer kind of squishes underneath certain structures and stuff. Because it's got that suspension, baby. Come on. Come on. These roads were not particularly good for actually driving on. Like, trying to use... I used the, I used the Explorer just as a portable storage device when I was building the walkway to Lagos. Or I used that a lot. Like, I just used the car as storage space. And then trying to drive the car down to where Lago had his power plants built, it was like a Trials level. It was crazy. A little Caterium thing. I think I made my Caterium setup like a 2-tiered thing in the single-player game. But I really like the Caterium spot. But also, secret tube. You can rotate foundations and still snap them. That would ruin grid ambitions. Yeah, I gotta have the grid, man! I mean, I could accept, like, changing some things at, like, 45-degree angles. But if we're talking like a 30-degree angle, nah, deal's off. So there's probably a couple of like smaller situations here and there, but that's most of the most of our multiplayer factorying. Still very proud of the Fixmas factory. I still think this turned out very well. Even if some stuff was a little unfinished. Like that... This building just not having a whole bunch of walls in the middle. Alright. Here, let me... Photo mode, middle mouse click. Master FOV. It's a little messy because some bushes decided to respawn. Uses jetpack technology to float in midair. Yeah, no. Here's the thing. Here's how it works. I'll show you how it works. You want to know how it works? These bad boys. That second floor, supported entirely by vertical conveyors. Never played the version that added hover packs. Is that a thing? Oh, like individual use, like hover packs that are like jetpack kind of things? Yeah, that seems extremely useful. Oh god, I've been going for 5 hours. Alright. Satisfactory streams shall return someday. Hover packs are infinite flight, but only work near power poles. Oh! That's super good. Damn. Yeah, there's a lot that we're gonna have to experiment with once the factorying returns. But for now, bup, and hold on, screen music. So, thanks everybody for showing up and hanging out for this chill stream. Depending on how I feel, maybe The Good Life tomorrow. If not tomorrow, then either Thursday or Saturday. Maybe The Good Life will just be like a once-a-week kind of thing. I don't know. If not The Good Life tomorrow... I want to get back to... what you call it? I want to get back to the Rift Breaker. I think that game is really cool and really fun. But I do want to be able to use the mod that lets you scan things instantly. So I don't know if they're gonna fix mods on the Xbox Store version of that game before I lose interest. I guess we'll see. But now that I know that the multiplayer captioner thing works again without any additional effort on my part, maybe we'll have some more multiplayer streams upcoming sometime in the relatively near future. So basically, I don't know what I'm streaming tomorrow, but I am streaming tomorrow, and I hope you will all be around for that. Thanks again to everyone for showing up and hanging out. Thanks again to Dan for the gift sub, and hopefully I will see you all tomorrow. Have a good one.